Good afternoon, everyone. I am Minjae Kim from Solutions for a Climate, and it is my privilege to be moderating this session at the 9th Chungcheongnam-do Carbon Neutrality International Conference. Once again, please note that simultaneous interpretation is available between Korean and English. Receivers can be picked up at the entrance. Korean is on channel 3 and English is on channel 4. Co-hosted by Chungcheongnam-do Province, Chungnam Institute, and Solutions for a Climate, this session is designed to examine how regions that remain dependent on fossil fuels can accelerate their transition while pursuing carbon neutrality goals. It also seeks to confront delays in just transition policies by promoting stronger legislation and implementation through the sharing of international cases while expanding global cooperation and exchanges among regions in transition. At the same time, the session aims to strengthen collaboration across sectors so that the path towards carbon neutrality is fair, inclusive, and sustainable. It is my great pleasure to introduce our distinguished keynote speakers that we are honored to be joined by today. We have Dr. Imke Rodan, a research team leader at the Institute of Climate and Energy Systems in Germany, who will be joining us online, and Dr. Hyungbum Yeo, senior research fellow at the Chungnam Institute. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Imke Rodan, who will be giving our first presentation on the topic of impacts, measures, and challenges of Germany's coal phase-out policy on local communities. Dr. Imke Rodan, please feel free to share your screen and begin your presentation whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to present my talk to you. My name is Imke Rodan. I'm a research team leader, and thank you for the introduction. The talk I'm going to be holding today is about Germany's regional impacts, policy measures, and challenges of the coal phase-out that we are still currently managing. So I am a team leader working in Germany at the Forschungszentrum Jülich, which is basically Research Center Jülich. It was founded in the 60s by the federal government. So it's a federal public research institution. We are a member of the Helmholtz Association of German Research Centers. And currently we have approximately 7,500 employees. There is a lot of scientists and technical staff, and we also have a lot of visiting scientists as a very international research institute. Our research areas mainly focus on information, brain research, future information technologies, and we have a large focus on supercomputing, but we also focus on bioeconomy, sustainable use of natural material cycles, and we have a big energy focus. For example, we are researching on energy conversion methods, energy storage, climate change, but also on energy systems as a whole, which is where I am located with my research team. As an economist, I'm one of the few economists in this rather technically oriented research center. And as you can see on the map on the right side, the research center is located in the west of Germany, near the cities of Cologne and Düsseldorf. And I'm going to start my presentation today with showing you where the research center is located. I have a current aerial view picture of this. And what you see here is all belonging to the research center. So it's a lot of institutes, and the location is very special. It's been a former nuclear energy research site, which is why it is located apart from cities or towns in the middle of a forest. And what you can see at the top right corner, maybe a little, is some agriculture, but also some regions, little towns, and close to where this picture ends, another one starts. And this is basically the view only 1 or 2 kilometers from our research center. Is one of Germany's biggest lignite mining areas. It's still operable today, and it has changed the whole landscape immensely. So it's a very close, even literal relation that we have to the German mining and the German brown coal mining in this field. And when you're standing on the corner and on the edge of exactly this lignite mining and turn around 180 degrees, what you're going to see is solar panels. So it's exactly in the very middle of the transformation, in the energy system transformation. On the one side, you still have brown coal mining, and immediately, directly next to it, we have renewable energy generation. And the research center is exactly in the middle, in this tension area with its research on exactly the transformation and changes. The coal industry in Germany has faced a lot of struggle. There have been a lot of employees in the mining industries, especially in the 1990s. You can see it here. On the left side, there have been almost 250,000 people just employed in the mining industry. And then there has been a really sharp decline up to the year 2000. And nowadays, in the year 25, we have very little employees still in the mining industry. So the change that this industry in Germany has faced is relatively immense. And there are different areas for mining, and what you can see again on this map is, if you remember, in the western parts near Cologne, there is the brown coal, the lignite mining, where the research center is located. But still in the center of Germany and in the east of Germany, there are also still operable lignite mines. What is not operable anymore is the big hard coal area a little north of Cologne, in the Ruhr area. There, the last mine has been closed in the year 2018. And this area is basically today Germany's biggest structural change transformation area, where the change has been successfully managed, I would say. The timeline for the German coal phase out, or the transition in the German coal mining industry, has mainly started after the last hard coal mine in the Ruhr area closed in 2018. Because in 2019 there was the Coal Commission founded, and this is a specific commission which was a compromise to work together to exit coal completely up until the year 2038. But there are even options to phase out coal earlier. But the specific thing was this commission worked on investigating how to support the workers that would lose their jobs and how to support the regions that were suffering the structural change. In the year 2020, this coal commission and the compromise it found became a law, which is called the Coal Exit Act, which provided a legal pathway for all the plant closures in Germany. And it also introduced the Structural Reinforcement Act to secure funding and support for the coal regions. Because the thing is, in that regions where the mining industry and the jobs were, there was rarely any other industry as prominent as coal mining, so it was a fundamental change that needed additional support. There was a little shift back in the years 2022 and 2023 because of the European energy crisis, where Germany needed to extend some coal plants generating energy to provide energy security, which was due to the Russian-Ukraine war. And there have been major issues with the public regarding the closing of some mines and the continued generation of coal-based energy, because some villages had to be closed off and had to be removed from the face of the earth. In 2024 and 2025, there was this reliability backstop introduced, which means that there is a federal power plant strategy that launched competitive tenders for 10 to 12.5 gigawatts of new hydrogen-ready power stations. And the special thing is these plants can run on gas first and then later switch to hydrogen. So this ensures reliability even after the coal is phased out without locking in fossil fuels. And generally, it always was criticized at first a little that when the coal mines were closed, there needed to be some emission certificates removed from the European emission trading system, and this has been done now finally this year, just in June, where Germany was able to cancel emission certificates that were linked exclusively to the coal phase out, which was also a big legal step. There is a lot of legislation going on, obviously. Germany, as part of the European Union, works under different levels of legislation. The European Union shapes the general framework for every legislation that the country of Germany can form. And Germany has also a federal system, which means there is some general legislation which applies for the whole country. And then there are still additionally federal legislations which are for each of the federal states available. And there are 16 federal states in Germany, and they have a limited options to create their own interpretation of the law. As I already mentioned, the main law regarding the coal phase out is the Coal Exit Act and the Structural Reinforcement Act, where up to 40 billion euro got provided for affected regions. This will run up until the year 2038, where no coal plant should be operable anymore and no coal-based energy should be used. But it's not the only two laws, because there are complementary laws like the renewable energy expansion law and further laws for grid acceleration and a national emission trading system for the heating sector and for the transport sector. This together with the European Union's just transition mechanisms, where the Just Transition Fund provides additional 19 to 20 billion euro EU-wide, can help along the structural change in the coal regions. And it's important that this money from the European Union needs to be tied to territorial just transition plans. So without a plan what to do in the region, you are not going to be able to secure some of the European money. I'm now going to show you little examples of three main coal regions in Germany. The first region is where the research center where I'm working at is located near. This is the Rhineland lignite mining area. The current status is that even though we have the final coal exit date of 2038, in this area the lignite mining is agreed upon to be phased out even 8 years earlier, in the year 2030. This has been agreed upon with the major energy utility, RWE. There might be partial short-term extensions regarding to the provision of energy security, but there is no additional compensation beyond the amended package. There have been some public conflicts regarding the resettlement of villages, because the lignite mining takes a lot of space. Some villages got resettled, others didn't, but still the decisions were made years ago, and they still stuck to this, even though there was a lot of public uproar. The employment in this area still is declining, even though there is a focus on the building out of renewables, as I showed you with the large fields of photovoltaic plants. There is remediation and high-value manufacturing intended, but it's slow to take up. Still, there is European Union funding from the federal state in the amount of 1.9 billion up to the year 27, and specific projects from the Structural Reinforcement Act to improve transport infrastructure, to build research campuses, and to give startups support to do something different now when the coal mining has stopped. The second major lignite mining area that is still operable is in the east of Germany, in the states of Brandenburg and Saxony. There is a different company that's operating this mine. It's the HallLangauge. They have a higher dependency on lignite in this area, and the identity of the people living in this area is much more tied to the mining. And it's really important here to care for these people. It's even more socially crucial to secure a good transition, and the jobs that get replaced need to be high quality to be able to not only provide money to the people, but also give them a new identity beyond the lignite mining. There's 8,000 direct coal jobs that have been lost. The identities, as I mentioned, are really strong. And there are still, though, large transition plans to build a new renewable energy program to give new energy generation. But it's hard to just replace one type of energy generation with a more renewable one. So there is more projects regarding battery storage, other green industry projects, and there is a high need to diversify the small and middle enterprises. Maybe switching now to a third area. I mentioned it before. In the central German district, there is still lignite mining, but what you see here on the picture is a successful transformation region where once before there has been hard coal mining in the Ruhr area, which is in the west of Germany. The mining ended 2018, and there has been, even since decades before, large structural change, which gave the region a new identity of a harbor of knowledge. There have been a lot of universities expanded, a lot of an increase in the service sector, a lot of cultural activities, a lot of environmental restoration, even though there are still some persistent deprivation pockets where people are suffering from adverse effects, but generally this region is upcoming since a few years already, and it's not tied anymore to the mining. It's still a vision in the back of people's minds, the hard coal mining, which shaped this region's identity, but it's more of a new knowledge area that has been created, that has replaced and is still replacing the narrative of the coal mining. All in all, this is not possible without institutions and governments. So on the federal level, we have the Ministry for Economy and Climate. This is leading the coal exit and the firm capacity tenders. The Ministry for Environment additionally oversees all environmental standards and the remediation. And then the Ministry for the Transmission Infrastructure as the regulator runs the hard coal auctions and other system-related processes. So it's a network of ministries collaborating on this coal exit across the different disciplines. The different Länder, which are the federal states in Germany, and the regions, they are in charge of implementing the structural funds, the money from the structural funds. A lot of regional development agencies have been founded. They plan according to the law and try to give new impulses to the regions. Additionally, there are social partners and the commissions, like the Coal Commission, for example, and they are there to build consensus among the people living in the region. And it's still today, even in regions where the mining has been successfully phased out, there are ongoing forums where they discuss with the public and with the citizens to ensure a smooth transition and not a loss of the personal identity of the mining industry, which has for so many decades shaped a whole culture and a whole tradition in some regions in Germany. Still, there are challenges for making this all a just transition. Generally, it's a large issue of timing and equity. In Germany, there is this big gap and this asymmetry between the phase out of the lignite mining in the Rhineland area, where they agreed to phase out until the year 2030, and in the eastern parts of Germany, in Brandenburg and Saxony, where the latest phasing out date of 2038 is still holding. And this fuels already perceptions of unfairness among the different regions, which ensures even more communication and specifically tailored measures to hear all the citizens in the regions. There is also a big job quality risk, like a gap between the different qualities of the jobs. It's important that the new roles of the jobs that are created in the regions can match what people earned before in the mining industry, and they need to be geographically accessible, and childcare, transport and housing should be used as enablers to keep people in the regions and to provide everyday amenities. Also important is permission and planning. There might be bottlenecks for wind power and solar power regarding the grids and the H2, the hydrogen-ready plants. This can delay benefits. So it's important to focus on spatial planning and schemes that benefit the different regional communities. Of course, energy security, affordability is a big issue. This is a large topic in the German public. So the coal exits need to be managed while still getting across that people don't have to worry about cold homes in the winter. And still, environmental legacies are really important because mine water management needs to be done after the mining has stopped, land restoration, and this leads to long-term liabilities. These are also sometimes called like eternity tasks because this has to be managed up until long decades in the future, a lot of decades in the future. Generally, policy responses and measures that have been applied in Germany to facilitate the coal phase out is money for the different regions and towns, which are secured because of a law. They should support these coal regions, improve infrastructure, create research centers, clean up the sites environmentally, and give money to new businesses and startups, and the European Union supports this. People that have been working there get also different offers, options for early retirement for older people, for example, and paid training or reskilling for employees that are still young and that started in the mining industry and now lose their job just at the beginning of their careers. The industry and energy system needs also to be brought up to this state to build regional innovation hubs and create attachments between the region and the job, and still, of course, secure the competitive tenders for the new hydrogen-ready power stations, but still at the moment they are used with natural gas. And nothing would have worked without participation and accountability schemes. So it's regular meetings, formal meetings with labor unions, companies, municipalities, civil society groups in each of the regions. It's a lot of work, and there are public dashboards to monitor the jobs created, to monitor and track the investment that has been mobilized, and also, of course, to show the reduction of the emissions, to show that this has also been good for the environments. So generally, lessons and outlook from Germany so far that near term until 2030 is the lignite exit in the Rhineland with replacement by renewables and grid build out. And this process is going to be monitored to see when the Rhineland and the west of Germany phases out earlier, will the east maybe follow a little bit earlier? So on midterm, up until the year 2035, there should be largely climate neutral power in Germany, and coal is likely uneconomic in the most scenarios that are calculated currently. And at the latest in 2038, there is the exit of the coal mining and the use of coal-based energy in the German energy mix. And lessons to come to the last points are that consensus building matters. So it's the broad-based commission that has been a very crucial factor in this whole process. It's also important to show that there is long-term funding and that it's predictable. But still, it might take decades until a transition process can be seen as completed. And still, all the while, energy security has to be maintained because environments and geopolitical situations might change. So this is all an ongoing process. And yeah, I hope this was a little insight from me on the German regional impacts, policy measures, and challenges for the coal phase out. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Our second presentation will be delivered by Dr. Hyungbum Myo from the Chungcheongnam Institute, addressing the current status and challenges of a just transition policies in Chungcheongnam-do.
안녕하세요. 저는
Good afternoon. I am Yeo Hyungbum from the Chungnam Research Institute. So once again, greetings. I am a senior research fellow at Chungnam Institute. So my topic of today's presentation is direction and challenges in supporting communities affected by coal power plant closures. And I think it would take a longer time if I should share the current status. So I think the challenges that we are facing will be the main topic of my presentation today. So if you are curious about any of my presentation items, you can ask me a question. So this is my table of contents. The first is where are we now? And then secondly, we will have a look at where are we heading? Where are we going? And thirdly, we will have a look at how do we get there? So each topic will include 4 detailed items. And this is the first part. So in Korea, we do have policy to phase out from a coal-fired power plant, but we don't have a specific goal or date to fully phase out. But I think 30 years of duration is prerequisite for every expert to understand. And because of climate crisis we are facing, it is crucial for us to foster this policy to decommission coal-fired power plants. So by 2040, I know that the current administration, Lee Jae-myung administration, is pledging to decommission fire plants. And there are a lot of legislative policies and national policies that are being discussed to move away from coal power. This is something that we are facing currently, but a generation before, there were another policy that we already experienced to abolish the mining industry. And the city of Boryeong, where we are at now, used to be a city where the mining industry was blooming. And there were about 347 mining sites nationwide, and there were about 60,000 coal miners nationwide in 1988. And while we fostered a special act on abandoning mining areas and the mining industry, there were a lot of promises made by the governments to support this move. And to think about those special acts and those policies, were they really effective, or were these policies were really successful? That is the question. So, depending on the areas and regions, I think these policies should differ by regions. And like I mentioned earlier today, abolishing the coal-fired power plants should be accelerated. And for that, policy measures as well as some supports will be required. And a lot of attentions are going forward. So when we compare 30 years before and today, I know that there are a lot of differences, and the biggest difference was that the mining industry's abolishment was accelerated, and we did not have a proper time to prepare for the decommissioning of coal-fired power plants. And about 5 years ago, I saw a lot of policies have been introduced to move away from coal-fired power plants. And I think over the past 5 years, we were able to talk about it. But in retrospective, including Chungcheongnam-do province and a lot of cities and municipalities, there were not specific details to move away from power plants. And there were insufficient discussions, I would say. So this is the one tool that I would like to introduce, JT Ready. It is a tool to help diagnosis of a certain city or region to prepare for the transition. And it is a tool that can diagnose just transition readiness of a certain city and municipalities. I think it could be a little late to be introduced, but at least we have it now so that we can review it and put it into a right place. So this tool, it has a wide range of scope. So to divide it into three axes. We have social axis, environmental axis, and governance axis. As you're aware, all these axes can cover wide range of different sectors and parts of our society, so you might be confused. It doesn't only cover labor parts, but also our quality of life and gender equality, even economies. So I would like to suggest using this JT Ready tool, and I will focus on the governance axis during my presentation. So, like I told you, there are a lot of bills and recommendations by the National Assembly to enact the support of a phase out. And since 2023, in Chungcheongnam-do province, there were a lot of representatives who came up with these measures and bills. So if we propose this bills proposed recently, you will see there are a lot of gap and differences between these 14 bills. It will be hard to explain all the differences here, but when we compare two bills that was recently proposed by a member of the National Assembly, Lee Cheol-gyu and Park Ji-hye, you will see those plans to move away from fossil fuel, and also you will see that all these include the importance of just transition. So on your left, you will find Lee Cheol-gyu representative's bill. So what his point is that he would like to focus on green growth, and according to him, he is proposing that we have to stick with the green growth policy. And on the right hand side, Ms. Park's proposal is to set a specific date and goal for the coal power plant phase out. So, and another thing proposed by her is to establish a fund to support a just transition. However, there are some of the other funds, such as helping the extinction of local governments and other various issues, like basic plan formulation and like special district designation, that should be also addressed. So I'm being very brief now, but the important thing that I would like to share with you is that the deliberation to pass this bill will be discussed later this year, and we also need to understand what kind of details will be included in these two proposed bills. So, what's a just transition? So, like I told you, it's been almost 5 years since the South Korean government fostered this transition. And there is, of course, consensus on the just transition. No one should be left behind. However, there have been no agreement on specific goals or details. So there are some suggestions by the coal power plants related authorities to guarantee labor rights in moving away from the existing power plant. So that is including that there should be some specific goals and details. And I would say there is no specific tool to assess whether this process or the moving away from coal power plant is done precisely or accurately. So, what I would like to suggest today is that we should come up with specific goals and details and be more sophisticated in drafting more bills and policies. And as for the Scotland, I know that they do have the Scottish Just Transition Commission. It is set to monitor just transition goals linked to the Sustainable Development Goals. So they have very detailed plans and with a way of monitoring this transition. So just like Scotland, I think it would be better if the South Korean government or our province can have a specific commissions or bills that can be similar to that of Scottish Just Transition Commission. So regardless of what our goals, what our specific goals are, we should first need to have our vision, clear vision for our future. And I think some of you might have heard of this news. In 2015, there was a national growth plan proposed by the government, and this national balanced development policy, it includes the headquarters of Power Generation Public Corporation relocates to Boryeong City. And it also presents a regional development vision centered on a local coal power generation. But the situation is quite different from 2015. So we need to have tailored new vision that can cater the needs of people today. So like Boryeong and Taean, they also have announced their own carbon neutrality policies. And like I told you, it will be very crucial for us to have dedicated energy departments to have our own carbon neutrality and energy visions. But the main thread or common threads should be centered on carbon neutrality. And having a look at the past 30 years, we witnessed that a certain region can make a big progress while some of other regions cannot make a big progress. So here, this just transition should include not only one small city, but I think it should be balanced growth that can include all labors and all regions across the country. So I don't know what kind of vision we should look for, but the process of making or establishing that vision will be very important in achieving the carbon neutrality. And another thing that I would like to touch upon is socioeconomic inequality and the damages that we are facing while moving away from the conventional power plants. So I think the vulnerable groups or regions suffer greater harm not only from climate change, but also during the response process. So these harms or sufferings that occur from the climate change and its responses could be different by each region. So we have to assess regional vulnerability to carbon neutrality policies, and similar to how climate change adaptation discussions evaluate vulnerability as a combination of climate exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity. And there are some policies to support pros- regions that are fostering a phase out of coal-fired power plants. And there should be people who will be insisting how much damages that they are suffering from phasing out. So we should listen to the voices from each region, and also we have to set goals and add policy instruments not only to address newly imposed damages, but also to address existing vulnerabilities or socioeconomic disparities. So, moving forward, I would like to briefly touch upon the enhancement of the transformative capacity of society as a whole. So, special zones are an important method for a just transition, but not the only one. So, we have to designate a specific region. So, including the issues such as socioeconomic disparities and other challenges, we should address these challenges and overcome these challenges. And by designating the specific region, it will be crucial to address the loopholes that we are missing. So we will have to address more vulnerable regions and groups. And for that, I think it would be better if we can introduce a transition capacity building program. That is one of my suggestions. And last but not least, my last point will be focused on how we can make this a reality. First is I would say we have to secure stable funding for this purpose. Municipalities and regional local governments, they require a lot of funding and budget. So the question is how we can secure this government support in a longer run, because the impact of coal-fired power plant closures accumulate even after shutdown. So I think it is important for us to have a look at until when we can secure the government support. So that remains uncertain. Actually, um, there was an act to support a certain city for the 10 years after the shutdown, but it was not as effective as it was originally planned. So I think this funding issue will be the priorities that should be tackled. So one thing that I would like to suggest is that maybe we can utilize and make use of some wind turbines or wind power generations in Chungnam area. And by generating some profits from these businesses, maybe we can help the coal-fired plant closures after shutdown. And we can secure funding. And the next part is another suggestion. I think we can build a platform for a just transition. So in Korea, it lacks a policy system for integrated management of the just transition. But as for Chungcheongnam-do province and Boryeong, we do have a specific department for the transition response. But it isn't sufficient yet. So I think what we can do is we can have a look at the examples of European Union's Just Transition Platform, which serves as a centralized platform integration financial support. And just like these JTP of EU and other platforms in the European countries, we are also trying to mimic those policies and platforms. And next, I would like to suggest that we should all participate in establishing and implementing a just transition plan. So, when we are to conduct a specific project or business, we should have a specific steps and processes. For the past 5 years in Chungnam, the province, we did have this energy fund, but there are a lot of discussions on how we should utilize that fund and budget. So I would like to have a look at some of the other examples in Portland. They do also have Portland Clean Energy Community Benefit Fund. The difference between Portland's fund and ours is that their administration did not intervene in the fund, or they do not have a specific power in using the fund. So I think it would be good if we can establish a just transition plan and set project priorities and develop selection criteria. And the last suggestion. So here my topic for the last slide is between growth and decline. Let's plan a pause. Well, it looks very gorgeous, but we also have to look at the reality. So for a just transition, we will have to take a look at other cities, examples, and cases. So we do have to we have to do a lot of research and case studies.
목이 말라서 우선 근데 기존의 정책분들
So we have to collect different policies and bills proposed nationwide and have a look at it and review it to see if that can be adapted to our region. I know that we are joined by some overseas guests today as well. So what I would like to propose is to carry out joint research to have a look at cases, not only domestic cases, but overseas cases, so that we can share our experiences and learn from other cases. So, in the case of Chungnam, we do have our own stories and experiences in moving away from the mining industry and also from the steel industry. So these could be something that we can share with you, I think. And what I would like to suggest is that we should implement a national just transition R&D project. And that is it for my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I would now like to call on our panelists and Dr. Jang Min-chuk, a senior research fellow at the Korea Environment Institute, who will be moderating the panel discussion. As our panelists, we have Boram Bae from the Green Transition Institute, Mike Pierce from the Climate Group, and Donghyun Go from Solutions for Our Climate, as well as our speakers, Dr. Im Ki-rodin and Dr. Hyungbom Yo. Please join me in welcoming the panelists, and Dr. Jang Min-chuk, you may have the floor.
All right, let's begin our discussion. Let me introduce myself. I am the moderator for this panel discussion. I am Chu Jang-min from the Korean Environment Institute. So before we begin, we are talking about the just transition, and because our speakers use too much time, so I think we will have only short time to discuss. So we are joined by three speakers: Mark Pierce from Climate Group, and also Ko Dong-hyun, and also Ms. Bae Boram from Institute for Green Transformation. So Mr. Pierce, he will be talking about the industrial transition, and Ko Dong-hyun will be talking about fund-related issues, and Ms. Bae will be talking about regional transition. Well, actually, early August, I was in the advisory committee to make a policy for the current government, and therefore I was here in Boryeong, and I am pleased to be here again. So first, Mark, the floor is yours. You have only 5 minutes. Please stick with your time.
Thank you so much. And in some ways, this is very helpful because the two presentations earlier I thought were really very rich in terms of examples and details of the the challenges and the lessons we face in this area, and indeed some of the tools and examples that we can use to take this forward. I really wanted to pick up on what I heard, because it prompted me to think about what was important about those messages. And the first part was, there is an issue of delay, and there is an issue, it takes time to make this happen, and there is high impact on many communities because of those delays. And so the question struck me as one of the issues then for policymaking and transition is, how can we accelerate the wider benefits there are to society and economies from this change? There's a number of ways to be thinking about that, but in terms of, I think we can look at particularly how we accelerate green energy solutions fast as possible to be able to support the move to a new economy. I was thinking here in particular around opportunities that come from policy interventions and the reforms that can support, for example, streamlining the permitting process as being very significant in that. Wider support for the energy system, for example, around enabling faster move to energy storage capacity, both battery and hydro capacity, and issues around grid modernization. And we were hearing earlier from the mayor of this city, Boryeong, today around with the wind plants. And so there are examples of these moves happening in this region. And so the question of how we can move those faster, what enables those moving to be more quickly, seems to be very significant. I'll mention specifically the fact that we have the messages. Some of those examples I mentioned there are ones which sit within the policy messages of the campaign RE100, which some of you know is a business-led initiative, including international companies and companies from Korea in well as a very strong part of that. And most recently, that group sent a message together with an organization called the Global Renewables Alliance to a number of the Korean ministers to be able to say, we need to see faster moves on these areas. So I think this part there seems to me important, and particularly given, the evidence seems to suggest that for every dollar you pay in terms of creating jobs, you get renewable energy investment creates 3 times as many jobs as a dollar invested in fossil fuels. And so the opportunity from renewable energy investment as a way of speeding that move up seems to me important. SFOC's own research has suggested there's 3 million jobs to be created by the transition to renewables by 2050. So it seems to me one part is about accelerating the benefits. The other thing that struck me from the speakers that interested me was the importance of communication and how we're able to engage with communities. And that's partly obviously about structured processes for engagement that build trust and confidence in the outcomes, but also in a way of communicating the vision, as the second presentation said. How do we tell a story about how the change there is happening? Some of this, it seems to me, is around the value of those environmental benefits and health benefits that attract to a shift in this area. Other parts can be around the vision for what we can create around the jobs in this space. And I think there's also a bit which is working out how we communicate with governments and with other political leaders around this. In a sense, there is an opportunity here, not just in the energy system, but to create new markets. For example, the opportunity to create commitments, indeed from subnational governments as well, for green public procurement of new materials, lower emission materials in steel or in concrete, lower emission vehicles that support the rollout of renewable energy. Here is a way in which Korea is a country with a large number of advantages in some of the most significant industries of the future, and a way of demonstrating the impact there. So it feels to me there's an acceleration piece and a communication piece, and then finally a piece which I really liked at the end around how we learn from this and enable further and faster action. Exactly the way of sharing case studies is there's events like this, case studies, the Under 2 coalition of which the province here is a member, as part of some of the learning and sharing amongst that group, we think is a really critical way in which we can tell these stories more effectively, test what's important about the Portland example, share examples about how the work in Scotland has gone, really test and see how that's useful for the different markets we're in. So I think that knowledge sharing to shape and push this faster is very important too. So thanks so much for the presentations. How can we accelerate it seems most important, but then communication and learning as vital parts with that too. Thank you very much.
네, 시간을 맞춰서
Thank you for your remarks and thank you for sticking with your time. So, three important points in a just transition. So, how we can share the benefits and conversations between stakeholders and also mutual learnings from one another. So, that were the three important key topics that you touched upon. And next, I would like to ask Mr. Ko Dong-hyun.
솔루션 기후금융팀의 고동현이라고 합니다.
Hello, I am Go Dong-hyun from Climate Solution. I think my name is wrongfully written. Actually, before I talk about the fund, I would like to touch upon some of the things that I want to mention. Of course, fund is important, but before that, I think we have to touch upon one thing. We are planning to exit from coal, and what is important here, of course, transition plan now is not enough. So we should talk about this before we move on, because according to latest announcement, GHG annual discharge is about 600 million, and recently this number had grown. RPC method had been adjusted, and there are some of other issues, so the greenhouse gas emission is larger than we thought. And by 2030, we are planning to reduce about 430 million tons. And we also have our greenhouse gas emission reduction plan. And based on last year plan, it was about 630 million ton. So we need about additional 60 million tons annually additionally. And in order to do that, we have to accelerate the speed of coal exit, and we have to have more discussion about that. So from my perspective, if we can accelerate this transition, after 2030, there should be more plants that should be demolished, shut down. And there are plants in Chungnam area, and there are about few more in Korea. But we also need to think about additional reduction. So we have to have a discussion about this, and we have to think about the fund for just transition and community consensus for just transition. And we've heard about the cases of Germany and also concerns of Chungnam province. So here, rather than thinking about how we can provide fund for that in detail, we have to think about how we can secure more fund additionally. And we have to think about the emission certificate, and this can be utilized as a just transition fund. And so I think we should have a progress with this discussion. And legitimacy for that is the companies that will be given with the certificate, they had violated the law for some years. So they have to take responsibility for that. And after that, through the climate transition, there will be some of the regions that will be harmed because of the transition. So we have to support them with the company's penalty. So of course, we have to discuss about how we can get the fund, not just about the emission credit, but also recently, a few years ago from Korea, we have this donation system, which is paying money for their hometowns, and then they can get tax cut. And we are having this crowdfunding program for that support. And why don't we have a project related to carbon neutrality? Then that will make people more interested, and we can match some of the people who are interested with some region, and that can be one of the options. And also, Dr. Yao just mentioned, and what we need for just transition is we have to think about the vision for the region. It should not, it doesn't need to be a coal village transition. We also need to think about the people who actually work there, and it is not easy for them to resettle. Of course, we should make transition to sustainable energy, and we can find a job from that sustainable energy industry, but it doesn't have to go directly to that. And there are some of the people who used to work in the fossil fuels, but we can broaden the range. And if we think about the cases in Rust Belt, some of the workers can had shifted to other industry, other energy industry, but we can think about a caregiving industry. They can shift to male caregivers, and we can build a community because let's say a one region used to be a manufacturing region, but we can go to another sector. We can shift to another sector. So we can think about different paths for that. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you. The just transition in terms of the accelerating the speed of transition. So while we are facing a lot of challenges like now, I think there are a lot of things that we should learn from, and I think it's the government responsibility to listen to the voice of people. And also, you mentioned that we should take a look at the proportion of paid allocation, and there are a lot of discussions regarding that as well, paid allocation. And I think we still need to have a lot of discussions with the government as well as the businesses. But the thing is, the businesses' perspective, because they will have the burden of paying a lot of electricity and some of the other energy resources. So I think really it is crucial for us to have negotiations and discussions regarding these issues. And next, I would like to ask Ms. Pe to talk about the just transition. But before I give you the time, I think I should tell you that it will be only a 5 minutes discussion. So we ask for your kind understanding. All right. Hello, I'm Pe Bo-ram from the Institute for Green Transformation. So the two presentations today was really helpful. And as for Boryeong, there were a lot of considerations Dr. Yeo Hyung-bom also mentioned that some of the parts that are important for the Boryeong city to make a just transition. And I would like to suggest some other points of view. So in Boryeong, some workplaces that get paid a lot is laborers who are working at the fossil fuel power plant, and another job is to work at GM factory. And as you know, working in a manufacturing business, it is actually male-centered jobs. So because of that, it is not giving much opportunities to women. But what I would like to talk about is the green transformation. So I think we need to consider how we can make a green transition. So like Professor Ink mentioned, in the case of Germany, well, their wages is very important in the just transition, and one of the important topic in making a just transition to uh, to, to continue giving the same remuneration and pay the same for the labors. But in Boryeong, those people who are working in the fossil fuel industry and the GM factory, I don't think people who will be working in the future industry will be paid as much as the current GM workers or fossil fuel workers are being paid. So that should be something that we should address, and this is the challenge that we should tackle in going forward. So in the Chungnam area, there are a huge gap between people's wages. Well, in Boryeong, there were 10% of people worked in the mining industry in the past. So you will also find some of the towns or villages that used to be the mining sites. And I know that some households are still using those coals for the heating. And Nunsan and Boryeong, more than 500 households are still using the briquettes. So, so thinking about those things, to make a just transition in the region here in the Boryeong and Chungcheong, I think we should first address how we can make a just transition in terms of welfare and in terms of disparities. I think detailed discussions are required to make a just transition within our region. So the steel industry and oil industry, that are the major industries in the Chungcheongnam-do province, but these industries are having difficulties recently and also facing some unemployment rates going up. And another thing is, people can be afraid of losing their jobs, specifically those people who are working in the steel industry or automotive industry, because they might face some difficulties in the future while going to the carbon neutrality and while phasing out from the coal power. So first things first is that we should think about those laborers who are working in this region. The fossil fuel industry in Tangjin had a very difficult situation in the past, and so having a look at that cases and other cities' experiences, I think we can learn from their experiences. And by having a look at those experiences of other cities, I think it would be better if we can devise our policies centered on our people and centered and that can be tailored to the laborers who are residing in the Boryeong region and our city. But on the other hand side, we also need to think about industry and fossil fuel and coal power. They are all experiencing transition as a whole. So what we need at the moment is that we should make specific policies and detailed policies and action items that we can actually put into action so that we can understand and we can see what will be feasible and what will be really helpful to our city. But it is not easy. In reality, it's not that easy or it's not a simple thing to do. But I think that should be something that we should look at first. It should be our priority. Well, and it could be difficult to answer, but I think place is made up to give these answers to these difficult questions. Thank you. So you mentioned comprehensive approach that is required for a specific city and region. Well, the discussion time is too short, so I am very sorry to all the speakers and panelists. I'm wondering, do we have 1 or 2 more minutes? At least I think what I want to do is to give some time to Dr. Yeo to take a listen to his opinion as well. Well, I'm also very sorry because we are running out of time, but what I want to say for the last is that we should plan really well. Okay, so at the advisory committee, the Lee administration planned 12 major action items, and it includes this just transition. And within that policy, it includes phasing out from coal power, and also pursuing carbon neutrality. And for that, I think we can talk and we can start talking about ways and measures to discuss how we can make a just transition within our city. And I think we are here today to discuss about that topic and put it into action by sharing our experiences and good insights. And that concludes our first panel discussion and the first session. Once again, thank you everyone for participating. And that's it. Thank you very much.
안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 2부 세션은 3시 30분에 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume at 3:30.
잠시 후 2부가 시작될 예정이.
We will soon begin the second session, so please be seated.
자, 이 세션 2부 기후
The second session, Climate Crisis Water Management Measure, will begin. Hello, I am Boryeong from Chungnam Institute, Water Environment Research Center. Thank you so much for joining us today, despite your busy schedule. Because of the water level and rainfall, which was very historic this year, we experienced many damages. So to cope with this climate change, it is necessary to come up with the climate crisis water management measure. So today, I hope today's presentation can be helpful to the management of water in Chungnam province. And at the second session, we have 2 presenters and 3 panelists. And the presentation will be about 20 minutes, and the panelists will be given with 15 minutes each. So before we start, I would like to introduce the presenter and panelists. First, Mr. Yoon Hyung-won from Hanguk newspaper. Second presenter, Professor No Jae-kyung from Chungnam National University. Next, moderator of the discussion, Mr. Kim Ok from the Climate Environment Institute. Third, we also have Mr. Kong Sang-hyun from Chungcheongnam-do Province of Water Management and Policies, and Mr. Kim Hong-soo from Chungnam Institute. And let's invite the first presenter, and let's hear about Mr. Climate Crisis or Water Management from Mr. Yoon.
Hello everyone, I'm Yoon Hyung-kwon, the speaker. So I'll talk about my presentation based on my own experience. First and foremost, a lot of times we hear climate crisis and even climate breakdown and the climate catastrophe. So this is my secretary, AI, Miss AI. She gave me this picture of predicting the future. This is a city, and you see the water level is very high. So it shows if the water level rises more than 1 meters, it shows how many cities will be experiencing collapse. So do you know that on the 17th of July, we experienced a record-breaking precipitation of 232 millimeters in the Deoksan-myeon area. And we call it extreme downpour. There was a downpour alert as well. At that time, there were about 30 officials who were working in the Korea Rural Community Corporation. And according to their testimony, they said that they've experienced this terrifying situation for the first time in their lives. So this is a picture that I took from the site, and as you can see, the embankment was collapsed. So it is a natural disaster, but I would say it's a man-made disaster. And this is also a photo that I took. So this is a cow that went up from a bank. This cow was unable to walk, but just was laying down. So in this village, there were less than 20 households, and more than 70 cows were buried due to the heavy downpour that happened just in 3 hours. And this is a mother of a baby cow who lost her child. It's very sad to watch this. And not only households and cows, but all the machines and agricultural devices and machines were all buried. And this is an embankment, but it was collapsed. According to an official, it was designed for a 100-year frequency, but it collapsed under a 500-year rainfall. So, because this embankment was collapsed, that is why cows were dead and everything were submerged. So, you see those villages and households and a lot of places were submerged by this heavy downpour. And actually, this place was the place where we started enhancing its embankment since 2 years ago. So I would say this is man-made disaster because we were not able to do adequate response. And another thing I want to show you is a Seokye stream. Sapgyo stream. And the claim is, did the discharge worsen the damage? Well, actually, Sapgyo stream had higher embankments, but because of the heavy down rainfall, it had to be collapsed. And there were some news outlets that also covered this cases, and to see, who is the one to blame. It's a very difficult question. Flood control agency and other authorities and related authorities. They were seeing, did the discharge worsen the damage? And in just Yesan area, more than 300 cows died. And if that happens nationally, they get a lot of support and financial aid from the government as well as the nationwide fund, but it will happen again. So, what's important here is who is responsible. I would say we need to reinforce its embankments. Earthen embankments is not enough. So a lot of households in the rural areas, they have greenhouses and they have a farmland. So they will experience the same situation next year and the next year. So it will only be repeated if we cannot get ready for it. And earthen embankments cannot withstand heavy rain or torrential downpours. So, what I would like to suggest is first, we need to diagnose which parts are most vulnerable to the collapse or erosion so that we can reinforce by using stones or cement so that we can enhance the structural stability. And there are more than 600 local river, and there are also a lot of floodgates, and the length of the local river are longer than any other places. So what we can learn from this situation that I've just showed you is that it is crucial to control and manage floods and do the local river management under the authority of local government. And this is the plastic waste that I got from an apartment with 800 households. Do you know which country is the most plastic waste producing country? China. There are 4 countries actually. China, the US, South Korea is one of them, and Saudi Arabia, because they produce oil. They use oils to produce plastics. So, they have the oil money. And when we have a look at South Korea, in 2014, we produced about 5.8 million tons of plastic waste. And this is one of a foreign newspaper that I scrapped. You can see this plastic mountain, and the percentage of this plastic being recycled are less than 10%. Some of the news outlets say that we utilize 60% of plastic waste, and that's a total lie and a fake news. South Korea, we cannot resist, but we are the country that consumes the most plastic and generates most plastic waste in the world. So do you see a wooden bowl and a wooden knife? The picture on your right hand side, you'll see my hands. So I am engraving this knife, wooden knife, and I make myself this wooden bowl or cup to actually use it in my daily life. Actually, carbon neutrality, the term is quite difficult, but I think you will do it well. So now we are going beyond the climate breakdown. We will soon experience climate catastrophe. So I would say that we are now at the bottom of the 9th inning with 2 outs, 2 strikes, and 3 balls, meaning that it is our very last chance. So this picture left hand side, this is the picture that my secretary gave me. This is a future of a child. And the right hand side, extreme droughts and lost his parents. So this is the future that we can predict, and the future is something that we make together. Thank you.
발제를 해주신
Thank you so much, Mr. Yoon Hyung-won from HallLangauge newspaper. And let's move on to the second presentation. The second presentation is about strategy for promoting Korean climate response dams, presented by Professor No.
예, 반갑습니다.
Hello, it is very nice to meet you all. And it's been 2 years since I've retired from the university, and I am majoring on these reservoirs and dams and water flow. And my job was calculating how much water is coming in to and from reservoir. And in 2023, because of overflow of the Yongdam Dam, there was a huge flood, and that had damaged fields. And I think you already know about this because you watched the news, and this is a flood incident. So that's why I decided to talk about. I decided to calculate with the number with 10 to 10 1, 10 to 1. So after that,
이 비가 많이 오고
it turns out there are more rainfalls and flood damages occurred all places in Korea. And people thought this is a abnormal weather or this is a climate change. And I always tell people that we always have abnormal weather, so we cannot say that anymore. And this is a dam issue and also a reservoir issue. And there's only reservoir capacity remaining. There's no remaining capacity for a reservoir, but dam has remaining capacity, so that can be an issue. So based on my experience, I realized that we can calculate this. We need to have a reservoir to make a smart calculation. So that's why I always tell people that we have to make this calculation with reservoir and dams over and over again, but no one had started this. So through these international conferences and forums, I always tell people that we have to have this calculation more than 10 times a year and even to working group, but no one's listening to me. I don't know how many times I have to say this, but I really want my colleagues, my juniors to know about this. So I would like to have this campaign, and this is a very big word, which is a ontology. It's not an difficult word because we exist. So reservoir exists because it's necessary. So ontology means cooperation. It means doing our best. It is about pushing ourselves to our full capacity because there is a reservoir because we need it, and we are all needed to somewhere. We have to pull ourselves to the full capacity. It is not about competition. It is about cooperation. Climate crisis is very difficult to resolve.
있잖아요. 처음
But this abnormal weather is a first thing. But Chungnam, west region, is a drought area with water shortage. And that area experienced a severe drought a few years ago. But this time, there was a flood damage. For 2 days, it had rained more than 10 days of rain in the past. So I will fastly present my material. So my idea is let's pull it to full capacity. Dams, reservoir, and also officials, staff members. We should all do our best. We should all cooperate. That is my key idea. I told you about ontology, but we also need to think about environmental theory. Environment is also closely related. Environment is something that smooths the existing condition of all things. So in order to exist in a full condition, environment is very important. So ontological, and this word has never been used. No one has used this. So from this year, I'm talking about ontology and ontological management. By October 16th to 21, I have made analysis of all dams in Korea, and I will talk about the Yeodam Dam and also a candidate tributary dam sites. And also, I would like to touch upon flow resilience of rivers with and without dams. And we are using AI. And for AI to function, there should be records and material information. But for people, we need to be truthful. So the only cooperation point of AI and human is truthfulness and information. I have already mentioned the introduction, and this is 2022. Remember Typhoon Hinnam-nor? And this is a Wangsin reservoir, and the one section was collapsed. And for 2 hours, it had rained more than 1 meter. And I had made exact calculation, and made analysis. And this is the graph of that result. And this is Tapjeong Reservoir data. I will skip the video clip. This is a photo of last year. During dawn, it had rained a lot, and then Nonsan River, Nonsan Stream had overflown, and like I said, there wasn't any inflow or outflow, but I had still made analysis. So I visited Daecheong Dam from Nonsan. And what happens, we have experience of Daecheong Dam doing a poor job with the dam management, so we have to make a precise calculation. And for the flooding, we have to have full water. But when flood is occurred, they opened the dam, and they had closed the dam during flood season. So I think they have done so well. So I suggested to promote themselves with this management, but I haven't seen anything so far. And these are the photos of Seosan after a week of heavy rain. And the amount of damage was about 360 million won. 36 million won. And this is Obong River storage rate, which is less than 15% now. And these incidents are occurring all the time. And we had realized that the damage was the largest in the past 10 years through the news. And for 3 hours, Seosan area was hit by a heavy rain. And that red circle means more than 100 millimeter for an hour. And let's talk about ontology. What is ontology? We exist here. We are here. But if we leave here, we will think about something else. You cannot concentrate. You cannot concentrate to your work or your class. You think about something else. You daydream. And that's what the ontology means. So when you exist, you are most effective, you are most powerful, and you have to cooperate in that status. And environmental theory is creating condition for that. This is the opposite thing of the environmentalist theory. please take a look. You don't have this booklet? I will share this. I will share this to you. And environmental theory is this. And this is the conceptual diagram of ontology. So reservoir is at the center, and reservoir should present. But when it rains, reservoir is very important. When crisis, you will have the opportunity to represent yourself. And that is the key of the ontology. And with the ontology, there is a truth, there is love, and there's life. I can see young students here, and if you exist, you will get good score, you will go to good college, you will live your life. And this goes the same with the environmental theory. There's dam, reservoir, and stream. In stream, there are lives, and we have to play our full potential, and we have to consider all that to manage water. There is a reservoir, and when it rains, what happens? I told you, you have to fill it with water, but people do not fill it with them. I mean, if the reservoir is empty during flood season, that is wrong. The reservoir has to be full all the time. This is my field, my expertise. So whenever this happens, I feel sorry on behalf of them. So I always mention the importance of this to people in conferences. And no other professors, no other working group is mentioning this. But what happens if something goes wrong? Then this will never be repeated anymore. I mean, if they do not acknowledge this is not right, then this can be fixed. So depending on different water levels, there is an amount of allocation, and when it's full, then there will be more water, and we have to utilize this at the maximum level, but it's very difficult. Reservoir is expensive. Also, dam is expensive. If it's expensive, you have to utilize this, but they cannot utilize this. I mean, how much did it rain that made the dam management so difficult? When it's raining that much, I mean, I have made some calculation with that. For 2 days, for 3 days of rain, I mean, after 2 days of heavy rain, third day you will not get that much rain because there are not that much cloud up in the air anymore. And let's take a look at this function of dam. And I took a review of 20 multi-purpose dam, and this is the role, function of the dam. Like I told you, when it rains a lot, there are damages. And you have to have this certain range of damages. So if we make a comparison, and we call this non-flood storage capacity or useful storage capacity. So, and I came up with this concept, which is the capacity should be about 500. So when it rains, when it hardly rains, when it rains hard, people can manage this effectively. That's why I have made this calculation. And this is for multi-purpose dams. And you can see this red numbers. And Namgang Dam is very difficult to manage when it rains because it's close to Jiri Mountain. So because when Jiri Mountain rains, the water comes down so fast, so you cannot sleep that night. Among 20 multi-purpose dams, starting from July 16th to July 20, Boryeong Dam and Namgang Dam was safe from flooding. And after rain, the dams released water, and this is the ontological flood operation of multi-purpose dams. So we have to practice and we have to follow this practice. And this is the record of 20 multi-purpose dams and the calculation result and the graph. And the peak had decreased about 93%. So dam had prevented flooding. So huge effect. So that's why I had asked the journalist to cover this story, but nothing was on the newspaper. I mean, if people know about this, we can have more cooperation. We should make a ground for cooperation. We should praise if someone does something good, and if we should criticize if something is wrongfully done. And Namgang Dam should release water to two different directions. But still, it had decreased, it had lowered the capacity, lowered the water level by 23%. And we have to practice the outflow, the capacity of outflow, because we have to prepare ourselves for heavy rain. And without any practice, it will be very difficult for us to cope with the heavy rain, because heavy rain falls before morning, during dawn, and if we cannot deal with this timely, then we'll face a huge disaster. So we have to practice. This is Yedang Reservoir, and the number was about 50%. I have calculated inflow and outflow was about 2,400, and these are all my calculations. And it was exactly the same with the low water level of simulation. I had mentioned the capacity and ontology. So if we apply this calculation result, we can lower the number by 50%. Do you see this part? I think I want to say that it would have been much better if we had hold this amount of water in the reservoir, and we have some room for improvement. We have to make a training drill. We have to practice. We have to cooperate. So we can lower the water level. That means lower risk of flood. And this is Tribury Dam sites. What time is it? I have about 5 more minutes, okay? Tribury Dam sites. We need water here. There's AI data center that consumes huge amount of water, and multi-purpose dam, which is Boryeong Dam, that capacity is only about 130,000. We have collected all the data during the rainy days, and inflows and outflows had been recorded and calculated and reviewed. Daecheong Dam, Boryeong Dam was also reviewed. Buan Dam was also reviewed. And we have reviewed all the records. And if we build a tributary dam, then these results can be applied. Buan Dam do not have a water gate. I mean, there are many reservoirs without water gates. And what happens if flood occurs? Water cannot go out. That is the best way to control water. I mean, you don't have to use the water gate because you have the water gate during flood. So people don't know about this correctly. I always tell them that not to open the water. We have to make the reservoir and dams full, so only the outflow should be released. If we ask the AI to do the calculation, it will give us the same result. Typhoon Rosa, Himnamno was also used for simulation. And if we review this, and we have to make sure to cope with this, and if the Tributary Dam is built, there is a stream at the lower side, lower stream, and that will lower the burden. And if we see the useful storage amount, and these are the factors that we need to review. And this is the basic. Even though the world changes fast, the basic never changes. So please keep that in mind. We have to prepare. And this shows the status of Japan and the status of rainfall in Japan. And here's Japan and Korea and the comparison. And here it's outflow is about 1400. That means Japan has a lot of water and a lot of rainfall. Other than typhoon season, Korea do not have that much precipitation. And this is the water flow of Kumgang River. And we had made a analysis with this measurement result. And when there's a dam, the flood level will decrease. And stream water level will be improved. And this is how we cooperate with AI. We cannot avoid using AI anymore. People need to be truthful. AI need to have correct information to have trust and cooperation. And if we miss that, we can be utilized by AI. So that's why we need to cooperate. That's the only way for the future. And this applies to water management. This is Daecheong Dam status. So this has a low accuracy, so we have to improve this graph. And also, we need to have a campaign. We also need to have DR campaign and Rio campaign. So I always mention this whenever I participate in conference. So the word ontology is the word I have first used here. And I'm planning to use ontology in the future. Use the word ontology. I can see students, public officials participating today's session, but we have to do our best. We have to do our best to exist and cooperate and be happy. Water management can be a crisis, but that can be an opportunity. So in a difficult time, we should cooperate. Thank you for your attention.
발제해 주신
Thank you very much, Professor No from Chungnam University. So this is it for the two presentation, and let us have a panel discussion. But before we start, let me set our stage for it.
이어서 토론을 진행.
So let us proceed with the panel discussion, and the moderator is Mr. Kim Ok from the Korea Institute of Climate Change. Hello, I am Kim Ok. So today we talked about climate crisis water management strategies, and I am very honored to serve as the moderator for this panel discussion, and I would like to thank everyone for joining us today. So every year, I think we are experiencing 100 year of flood and droughts every year, and we are seeing a lot of climate crisis here and there. And previous speaker, Mr. Tu, mentioned that we are experiencing climate downfall as climate down breakdown as well as catastrophe, and it is now a problem of survival. We also need to enhance the safety net and strengthen our safety net. I totally agree with him. And also another thing is accelerated climate crisis and ontological response and how we can do a water management. That was the key point of the Professor No's presentation. And he also talked about relationship and the balance between human and the climate. And also he said it is important for us to take a look at the society and other factors as well. And I would like to thank for their two insightful presentations. And now let us proceed with the panel discussion. And for the discussion, we are joined by Mr. Kong Sang-han from the Water Management Policy Division of Chungcheongnam-do Province, as well as Mr. Kim Hong-soo from Chungnam Institute. First, I would like to ask for their comments after listening to presentation and their ideas on how we should devise our water management policies.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Hello, I am Kong Sang-hyun from Water Management Policy Division of Chungcheongnam-do Province, and thank you for your presentation. First of all, to Mr. Yoon, you have mentioned climate crisis, climate collapse, and I really agree with you. As for Chungnam Province, we are a typical water shortage area. Starting from 2012,
물 위기라는
Water shortage, water crisis can never be mentioned without mentioning Chungcheongnam province. Our region has a dam, one dam, Boryeong Dam, near here. So whenever I have a chance to discuss about this issue, I always compare Boryeong Dam with ICU patient because I think Boryeong Dam had reached the limit and the capacity is about 1.6 billion tons. And I mean, the capacity is about 100,000 tons. It is not big, but the basin is so small, so it's always dry. So starting from 2015, climate crisis has accelerated and Boryeong Dam had become a dam which cannot store water all the time. So the water level had decreased to 7% at the worst time. So we have installed a waterway, water pump, and we pump water with the water level is lower than certain level, which is about 40%, and we use about 2.6 million tons from Boryeong Dam. But in Kumgang River, we use about 110,000 tons. And if we do not pump water timely, then this dam area will dry up. So other than Boryeong Dam, we should find another water source and build a dam. I told you I Tributary Dam. Tributary Dam can store water, it can prevent flood. In Jicheon, near Cheongyang area, Tributary Dam should be built there so that we can cope with this climate collapse era. And I absolutely agree with both of you. Thank you very much.
So, as he mentioned, to sum up what he said, so due to climate crisis, we are experiencing water shortages, and the Jicheon Dam and other regions dam, as well as the water shortages that we are experiencing in Chungnam area. Also, like journalist Yoon Hyung-won mentioned, we are in the era of AI. And in the era of AI, the water shortage issue is also another very big problem. And in the era of AI, I think it is important for a country at the national level to secure enough water resources. And now, Mr. Kim Hong-soo. All right, hello, I am Kim Hong-soo from Chungnam Institute. So thank you very much for your insightful presentations. So in the era of climate crisis, water management system and the strategies. First of all, because of climate change, we are seeing a lot of situations are being changed, such as extreme heat waves. And for the past few years, we are experiencing extreme downpours as well. And along with that, water management and importance of this management strategies are becoming even more important these days. And the frequency of climate crisis or climate related incidents are increasing, and recently some experts also come up with some climate vulnerabilities and volatility
And with that newly suggested concept, we are seeing newly emerging suggestions and recommendations, and we are also experiencing some uncertainties in water management, such as changing flood patterns and drought patterns. So we are seeing somewhat limitations in the current water management, and we are seeing some changes in the ecological situation as well as the water shortages. So facing these all these challenges, I think we need to come up with more effective strategies in the future. And to have a look at some of the recent cases in Chungnam and Yesan area and Seosan area, we've all saw some examples from these regions from other presentations. And some regions are experiencing extreme droughts. And as for Gangneung area, this summer their precipitation were way too small, and because of some other natural phenomenon, Gangneung is experiencing extreme drought, and their water level dropped as well. But they do have their own reservoir, but their reservoir was not enough to cover that drought. So they have no choice but to experience further drought in the future. And Sokcho is also near from Gangneung, and it has been experiencing droughts very often, as you know. But the municipality decided to build up their own reservoir to overcome the drought cases that is frequently occurring in that area. And to have a look at Yangyang and surrounding areas, they are implementing some water management strategies as to overcome their drought issues. And so in terms of droughts, I would say that their response was insufficient up until now, but Gangneung and the other surrounding areas that were experiencing a low precipitation, it is not only happening in that area, and it is not unpredictable actually. We cannot predict which region will experience that low precipitation. And I would assess that the existing policy was insufficient to deal with that a lot of happenings and incidents. And when we have a look at the current policies, well, I can say that there was effective integration of some organization and institutions, but the project integration or combination of the projects and businesses are not adequate to tackle the current issues. So what I would like to talk about is some integration of functionality. I think water management and hydrological management integration are crucial, but it wasn't done effectively. So I would like to point out that that has been a big issue. And then lastly, so what my recommendation for the central government for the water management strategies is that we should move away from a supply centered management, but we should also have a look at what integrative measures that we can take. And secondly, I think for the water management system to step up, I think urban development is crucial, and we also need to do some restructuring of the local government as well as some other related authorities so that they can do a proper management of water resources and their soil management. And according to a recent study, I think autonomics strategy will be also very important. So by utilizing this water mix strategy, I think we should integrate all different methods that every institute and every local governments are using, so that we can utilize different kinds of management strategies that we can make use of. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry, but I want to ask you this question. I think I must ask you this question. Which high school are you from? The students back there. I think we're joined by so precious guests here. Oh, Onyang Women's High School. Nice to meet you. Could you give them a big hand? Yes, I think this conference could be very difficult to understand for you guys, but I think we are joined by our future generation. And to sum up what Mr. Kim said, so I think it, excuse me. So, according to Mr. Kim, we are seeing a lot of changes in the natural phenomena. So, we need to come up with adequate measures. That was the summary of Mr. Kim. And he also mentioned the water mix strategy, which is the integrated water management system. About 2 years ago, I visited China, Sacheon, and the ecological center there. What I was most envy of them was they did have some integrated system utilizing big data and remote control system to manage their hydrological system as well as their water management system. So we are living in the era of AI now. So they were doing utilizing AI as much as possible. So I think it would be better for us to utilize our technology as well. And today we will have to have the social consensus on how we can step up our level up our water management strategies, and that will also require some budgeting as well as some funding as well. And I hope it will be very fruitful session for you, and I think we will be able to get some questions from the floor. So is there anyone who has question to our panelist or speaker? And please don't ask us difficult question. Okay, hello, please use the mic. It cannot be translated because the microphone is not used. Please use the microphone. For the interpretation service, please use the microphone.
노재균 교수님은 한 얼마 정도로 올려놨으면 가능하다고 생각하십니까?
Well, I do have some materials here, so I think you can take a look at it.
For this rain, there was an outflow. We have discharged, but I am opposing discharge because during the flood season, we have to make the reservoir full to capacity. And after that, we can open up the reservoir or dams. And we have to practice this, like I said during the presentation. But when it rains, people get scared, and then they open the gate. And Boryeong Dam is always suffering with water shortage. But during flood, we can store water.
이 분석을 하고 싶어요.
And I want to make that analysis. I want to see if there's any issue during flood. And we have to secure water as much as possible during flood because we are always short with water. And I'm planning to make analysis for that. Chungnam is desperate with water. We only have about 230,000 tons, and that's why we can lower the water. We can heighten the water level But the managers are always scared. During flood, they always open the water gate. Don't open it. Let them fill up. And then after the flood, they can open the gate. That's what I'm insisting. Thank you.
Any other question? Please raise your hand. Okay. So I think it's a follow-up question. So while looking at the Gangneung incident, I wanted to ask my question to Mo. And by looking at the Gangneung's case, in order to avoid experiencing the same situation, what do you think we should do, the Chungcheongnam-do province? Well, I'm a resident in Gwangju City. To avoid experiencing that extreme droughts, well, I think you somewhat answered to that question, but I would like to ask for your opinion about the Gangneung incident.
가뭄이
As for Gangneung City, the drought is longer than expected. I know that they had planned for measures, but let's take a look at what happened in Cheongnam region. When there's a drought, we always dig up the ground for groundwater, but that's not the right solution. We have to save water during normal days. I mean, but people always complain if they don't get enough water. But we have to save water while we can. We have to overcome it. And when there is a water shortage, we have to secure water. And Cheongnam region needs tributary dam, and we have to save water as much as we can. And when there's water shortage, we pump up water from the ground and then we store water in the reservoir. We save that water as much as we can. We have to do all we can. Any other question?
시간 관계상
Due to the time limitation, I think we will wrap up here. Oh, is there any last word? Actually, I have a question to Mr. Do. So you said about the dam to release water, and when we have a look at some broadcasted news, I saw some. What we are seeing, officials from the Water Management Authority, we talk about the height of a dam to withstand the water. And is there any risk of collapse?
Gyesan Dam, when it was designed, it was not designed hard enough. But now the dams are not like that. They're very strong. They're designed to be strong. And they also are applied with the full capacity. So even though the water is full, nothing will happen. But there is a certain level that we need to comply. But Boryeong Dam, I mean, I have made investigation with all the records, and Boryeong was about 580, which was 2023, and it was very full, but Boryeong Dam was okay. So in that context, if Boryeong Dam can be managed with higher water level, then that will resolve water shortage issues that we're facing. Boryeong Dam is okay. It's safe. It's strong. There are many small reservoirs, and if rain fell this much, all the reservoirs should have been collapsed, but they're all okay. For 3 years, water is filled and it was immersed, but we had a insurance, so that's why we were able to fix it. But will it be difficult to have a water storage? So when there's a flood, we can deal with it, that water storage space. There was flood-related disaster 3 times in a row. Okay, this water storage, the amount of water is much bigger than you think. The reservoir itself is very big. That water storage cannot take it. The capacity cannot take it. I mean, that can happen anywhere in the country, but it cannot be resolved with water storage. I mean, people think about this all the time. I mean, if it rains too much, why don't we just drain water underground? But that cannot resolve all the water, all the rainfall.
So Gangneung water shortage incidents, there are a lot of causes for that, but I think a political cause is also one of the reasons behind. So water resources, reservoir or dam. So these facilities are actually necessary for Gangneung, but their civil group was not supporting for the build of the facility, so that we had no choice but to delay building those structures. Well, so it is now a time to think whether we should agree or disagree with building these kind of infrastructure, because now we're living in the era where we cannot predict our future. So, our citizens should not just divide it into 2 groups, agreeing or disagreeing to building a new infrastructure, but I think it is not time for us to have a one consensus. Actually, Gangneung used to be a city where it was considered to be full of water resources, but it did experience water shortage. So, like you, the students, I think I would suggest you to think about it more, and this water is from Taechung Dam. This water, I got it from Taechung. The resources from Taechung Dam, and actually it was opposed by their citizens at the time when it was built. But we should not be emotional in building an infrastructure, and that it would be my answer to give you. Yeah, actually, the extreme downpour is not just a abnormal climate issue, but it is giving harm to our daily lives, and it is giving damages to our daily lives. So thinking about that, I think we should not just think about how we can deal with climate related issues, but I think we should start from thinking fundamental questions, how the Chungcheongnam-do province can deal with the future natural disasters. And that is it for this panel discussion. I would like to thank all of you for being here. Thank you very much.
저희 원래 공주에 있다가 대부분으로
The next session will begin shortly. Please be seated for smooth operation. Please put your cell phones on vibration mode. Today's session will be provided with simultaneous interpretation. There is a channel set in your interpretation device. If you want to hear Korean, you can set your channel to number 3. If you want to hear English, please set your channel to number 4. We will begin the session. Hello, I am Chang Hari from Sejong Innovation Center, and today's theme is Rethinking Plastic, a Sustainable Circular System. And thank you so much for participating today's event for plastic rethinking. And today we have 3 experts for presentation, and then they will be given for 15 minutes. And after that, we will have a
And first, let us begin with the first presentation. First and foremost, we will be joined by Mr. Middleoff from Steinart GmbH. And please come forward. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hello. hello everyone. Very nice to be here. Very happy for the invitation that I get a chance to present my company and our solutions. Okay. Hope this is better. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm happy to be here. Like was said, my name is Thorsten Mittelhof, head of regional sales for MENA and Asia region from Steinert. We are a company based in Cologne in Germany and specialized on magnetic and sensor sorting. This presentation is about sensor intelligence for waste sorting by the utilization of big data and AI. Steinert's mission is to help with the circular economy, which is one crucial implementation of to achieve carbon neutrality. In our industries, we already have very defined processes from raw material to products, and our mission is to close the loop to a circular economy. Just as an example, one very difficult task is to separate food and non-food grade PET bottles that we get asked for a lot because the mission is of course not to use food grade PET bottles to create clothing, for example, which is happening a lot, but to create a circular economy within this product so we can reutilize food grade PET bottles as food grade PET bottles again. So in this presentation, there's going to be a lot of things, but at the end we learn a little bit how to achieve that. So first, to introduce my company a little bit. We were founded in 1889 in Germany, mostly at start for magnet separation, and then later on developed also different types of sensors. We are acting worldwide. We have subsidiaries in Australia, Brazil, 2 subsidiaries in Germany, including plus our headquarter, and 1 subsidiary in the US, with a turnover around 180 million euros and 550 people. We are a so-called medium-scale company in Germany. This is the map of operation. Like I said, in US, Brazil, Australia, and 2 times in Germany, we have subsidiaries. In Germany, we are manufacturing machines for glass sorting in our subsidiary near Hamburg in Wedel, and NIR sorters, near infrared sorters, in East Germany, close to the border of Poland and Czech Republic. And in our headquarter, we are manufacturing since 130 years magnets and other type of sensor sorters like inductive sorters, combination sensor sorters, X-ray sorters that I'm going to present. Otherwise, we have a lot of representations around the world, and here in South Korea we have Peritos. Samling is also here with me to be closer to you, of course. Next, I'm going to present what high-quality sorting technology is about, what we can offer for which applications. First, a little bit for my division. We have 4 divisions in total. The waste recycling division that I'm participating in is taking care of sorting household waste, commercial and industrial waste, construction demolition waste, sorting different types of plastic, cleaning compost, waste to energy products like refuse derived fuel, for example, where it's very important to take out PVC because the chlorine content should be low. Separate paper, which is already, I think, very developed to have a almost circular economy, to be reused many times, and many other applications. Then I have some colleagues for the metal and scrap recycling, which is of course also an industry where it's relatively easy to recycle the material and no need or not much need for raw material from ores. Colleagues from glass recycling, another one where it's relatively easy to achieve 100% circular economy, and then some colleagues from mining. Some overview of our magnet-based sorting technologies. We differentiate in 3 different intensity levels. For the low intensity, we use magnet drums and overbend magnets, for example, for materials that are very easily magnetized. So those can be taken out relatively easy from the waste streams. Medium intensity, we call, for example, our eddy current, where we take out non-magnetizable, non-ferrous metals, such as aluminium, copper, zinc, and so on. And then, which is not really part of the waste division, but more for mining, for example, is high intensity for very low or very difficult to magnetize minerals. Then we have the sensor-based sorting, which is probably the most important in total for waste recycling. We use different type of arrays, basically divided by the wavelength. For the X-ray sorting from 0.1 to 10 nanometers, we have two different technologies: X-ray fluorescence, where we basically look at the surface of the material, where we can see the chemical composition. Is mostly used in metal and mining, where you can see, for example, the difference of copper and brass and zinc. The X-ray transmission is a density-based sorting. So basically, with the transmission of the X-rays, we can see how dense a material is, which is also very important to separate different kinds of minerals and metals. But also in waste, for example, if something is hidden within plastic that you don't see from the surface, with X-ray transmission we can find out things like that, for example e-cigarettes or something like that, where you have a battery hidden inside a plastic body. Then we use visible light, 400 to 700 nanometers, basically mostly for color sorting or just to identify the shape of the material, where we have our combination sensor sorter, for example, flake sorter, or just a simple color sorter. Most important for my division is the near-infrared sorting, with wavelengths of 700 to 2000 nanometer, where we do basically the sorting, the identification of material based on the near-infrared spectrum, by which we can define a lot of different materials, mostly plastic, wood, but many others as well. A special version of that is the medium infrared sorting, with, for example, our black eye, where we can even see differences in black plastics, which is otherwise very difficult because most of the light is absorbed by the carbon inside the black plastics. But we found a solution to even sort black plastics by type. And then we also use radio waves from 1 meter to 1 kilometer wavelength, basically for the identification of metals in the waste stream that still pass through after magnetic and eddy current sorting, basically mostly stainless steel that could still be in the wave stream. Now I'm going to present you some solutions for plastic sorting. Of course, it's always just an example because it can be very complex. First, a bit more about the near-infrared technology, which is the most important technology for plastic sorting. Here you see a typical in-feed of light material packaging waste. Of course, in every country, in every commune, it will look differently. I think this is an example from Belgium, because they use a lot of the blue plastic sacks. But no matter what your input is, we are there to help to create an individual process, which of course depends a lot on what in-feed you have and what output you expect. And in between, we try to find the optimal way for you to separate. Generally, for the plastic sorting, for the light packaging waste, pre-treatment is of course very important, which usually starts with pre-shredding, where we open the bags and loosen up compounds. Then the material is screened, sent through a wind shifter and a ballistic separator to create basically, mostly, not always, but mostly 3 different fractions: fines, 3D or heavy material, and 2D and light material. All of them have similar steps, but of course the machines have to be slightly different to cater the different material properties, like the different size and different weight of the materials. Generally, we always take out ferrous metal with a magnet first, then we take out non-ferrous metal with eddy current, and then we sort the material into different fractions by the near-infrared sorters, sometimes with a black sorter as well. That, again, depends on your product input and your desired product output. The functioning principle of the near-infrared sorting is mostly that the material goes on a conveying belt where it has some time to stabilize. So basically, mostly the belts are 4 meters long, so even bottles or trays, which might have some turbulence on the belt, have some time to settle and stay in the same position. Then it's passing a light bar, so basically some halogen lamps, and lighten up the material, and the reflection is taken by a hyperspectral imaging camera. Then it's processed, and the computer basically tells the valve bar which material to shoot out. So we use pressurized air nozzles to shoot out the material that shall be sorted out, and the rest just drops from the belt. This is how our detection bridge looks like. So you can see the yellow light basically, and the reflection is here just symbolized in red, where we have our hyperspectral imaging camera. Our control panel air conditioning unit is directly on the sensor bridge, so it's very easy to handle. The difference of Steinert compared to many other near-infrared sorters is the resolution. We have 256 measuring points, so you see on the right side we get a very detailed curve with even slight ups and downs to characterize the material, whereas a little bit simpler technology usually only has 60 measuring points where you get a more abstract curve, so some materials are not so easy to identify. Below you can see just as a to make it more visual how it would look like in pixels. For example, what we can do with this higher resolution is to separate PET trays and PET bottles just from the infrared spectrum. Because of the manufacturing process, they're slightly different in their spectrum, and only our camera can identify those differences. This would be an example of how PET bottles would look like after sorting. So basically they're taken out from all the other waste streams and then separated into green, blue, and transparent, for example. Then usually they get crushed and washed, and then you receive a relatively clean flake product, but still some contamination on it, mostly metals that come from the pre-processing or from the transportation. And in order to recycle those, of course, we also have our process steps, usually to take out again the ferrous metal, the iron parts, the non-ferrous metals such as copper, zinc, aluminium, and then to sort them either by type or by color. And especially for the black ones, then we have a separate process as well. This is our eddy current technology. So basically here we have a machine that has a magnetic drum that spins very fast with north and south pole alternating, inducing eddy current into conductive material, which is not magnetizable, such as, like I mentioned many times, copper and aluminium. And with this induction of the eddy current, it will basically push itself away from the magnet and thus getting separated from the other streams. And the flakes, for example, will drop, and you will receive clean metal product on the one side and some clean plastic fraction on the other side, which then have to be sorted by color, for which we have different technology also, either belt sorting, which is usually a little bit slower, lower capacity but higher purity, or chute sorters where the material is falling through the machine. Also always light is shining on it and the reflection is identified by color cameras. And the chute sorting is with a much higher capacity due to the speed that the material is passing through. Then you get your clean PET fraction as a clear material. Of course, you can still see some small contaminants of blue, for example, but it's usually acceptable to the manufacturers. Depending on the color, of course. So usually a little bit of blue in the transparent is okay, green is less acceptable, and darker colors, of course, are not acceptable. And for other materials, non-PET, other polymers, usually they are getting separated in white and black and mixed fractions, depending on what the customer wants to do with it later on, of course. So let's talk about big data, which is very important for the future, to gain a lot of information and process them. All of our machines are available with a wide range of communication protocols and connections. Mostly the very easy one is potential free contacts, but then of course Profibus and Profinet are the common standard, and the OPC UA for the communication of the data. So you can not only communicate or operate our machines from remote access, but also get the transmission of all the machine data and the product data for further processing. Steiner developed an intelligent remote system, basically a service tool that makes it very easy for the machines to communicate with each other, which brings down commissioning time, remote maintenance time, troubleshooting. Basically, you can operate or get the data from one machine over all the other machines to not have to move around all the different machines during commissioning. And also you can put the update on one machine and it will transfer to all the other machines in the same plant from the same machine family. Then we have the extension of it also, which is very important for our customers, that they can get all these data also in the operating room. Here, for example, you can see then that you get the data of the belt coverage, for example, that you can see which machine has which belt coverage, how much is it being used right now. A few examples where it can be very useful is, for example, to monitor the performance. On the left side, you see three different diagrams coming from three different machines. The first one is the basically pre-sorter that takes out PE. And the next one is a PE cleaner, which just makes sure that even more contaminants are sorted out, and which is not ejected but dropped from the first machine. Is the drop rest with much more different materials, for example. And if you combine all these graphs on the right side, you can then see basically you can control the performance of the first machine with the data from the other machines that you can calculate, or the program automatically calculates your purity and your recovery of the PE that you have and want to sort out. Another example would be the screen cut, for example. We monitor, or with our high resolution camera, we can also see the particle sizes. Of course, not as precisely as a laboratory screen, but a very good indication of the material sizes that are passing the belt. And on the left side, you see for the time period 1, for the first shift in the plant, a diagram of the different particle size distribution, and on the right side, or middle, for the time period 2, another curve, which you can see the material is suddenly getting a bit bigger, or smaller, sorry, because the data comes from the PE sorter after the screen with a bigger fraction of bigger 60 millimeter. So if it suddenly changes that much, you can see that something must be wrong with the screen, that suddenly you're getting light or smaller material in the fraction of plus 60 millimeter. So most likely the belt, the screen is covered, allowing smaller particles not to pass through, but to go in the coarse fraction. And this is some use of knowing that something is wrong in your product without having to look on the screen constantly. Another example, similar with a 2D or 3D distribution. So here the PE sorter is after the ballistic separator. And the second shift suddenly notices there's a lot of more 2D material compared to the first shift, which indicates that there's some issue with the ballistic separator that suddenly lets through more 2D material in the 3D fraction. Then we're coming to a big topic, AI, artificial intelligence, and how we can use it and how it can help us. Basically at Steinert, all our recipes, what we call it, is basically the applications, spectrums and different materials are stored into our machines. So depending on the application the customer has, he can always select what materials he wants to sort out from this process. For example, if you have a light mixed waste fraction, you want to sort out all the PET bottles and PET trays, then you can select the right program and click on PET bottles and PET trays to be sorted out. And all of these recipes are getting are basically maintained in our database and then transferred to the AI database of the customer. So basically we combine a spectral database from the NIR camera and the database for intelligent object identification from the color camera in our system, and with the internet connection then can always update the customer's machines. And how do we build these databases? Basically, we have to teach our machines first what materials it can expect. So we use mostly our test center to feed different materials to the machines and put it on the database. Sorry, I forgot to click. So basically the machines learns which types of materials are in that waste stream, and AI can help us to complete the database. For example, either tells us which objects are not, where we have not enough data and where we should feed more of the material, or doing some interpolation of the different of the different near-infrared spectrums. So it can help us always keep our database intact, and also help us to more quickly make them learn different waste streams from different countries, for example, because especially the packaging looks different everywhere. And then, of course, with internet connection, we can directly update all of our customers' machines to keep them as intelligent as possible. And if we combine near-infrared and color camera spectrums, the AI can also put them together to have a more clear picture of different materials. For example, not only the near-infrared spectrum and not only the color and shape, but putting both together to help us identify then, for example, the PET bottle and the PET bottle for drinking water, for example, food-grade PET bottle, and the non-PET bottle for a cleaning material, for example. Because the NIR, it will just see PET, but with the information of the color camera, it can identify either some residue in the bottle or also the label, for example, and then learn what type of bottle it is. And of course, this the updated database is then also always transferred to the customer to have a more intelligent sorting by NIR and color. Then I talked about our test center, which is very important for our R&D, but it's also important for our customers, because we can always check the feasibility of different materials. Also for research institutes, we are getting some tasks sometimes to please identify how this is being able to be sorted. Also, packaging manufacturers are asking us to please test the new materials, whether they can be identified, because they have to be more and more responsible, of course, what they bring to the market, that it can later still be recycled. So in our test center, which is industrial scale size, we can check the feasibility of different sorting processes, not only with our machines, but also with wind shifters and ballistic separators. We carry out the sorting trials, and we can also analyze, of course, the performance of it, which capacity, which yield, and which purity you can expect for the different sorting tasks. Then, of course, to maintain the machines and commission them, we have an after-sales service team of 40 technicians worldwide that commission over 400 machines per year. We conduct customer training, so our customers can operate the machines as smoothly as possible, either on our side or on customer side. And very important, of course, we do online remote maintenance, which helps us to solve about 70% of all issues online without having to send someone over. Only 30%, of course, somebody has to come sometimes to look for mechanical issues. And if the customers allows us to look into their machines, into their data, then of course we can also give proactive recommendations how to optimize the sorting process. These are some pictures from commissionings all over the world. And at the end, I'm not sure if it plays here, a video of a plant nearby Germany, so you can get some impression, but I don't think the video is playing. Then whoever's interested, it can be found on our YouTube or on Peritus YouTube as well. And if you have any questions, then please feel free to contact me, Samin, and we have a small booth below in the exhibition area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So that was the solution that is being provided by Shine Art in Germany. And we were able to get a lot of insights from Mr. Midahov. And let's thank you very much once again. And the next presentation will be delivered by Ms. Oh Hae-jung, Senior Research Fellow at Chungnam Institute. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. As introduced, I am Senior Research Fellow Oh Hae-jung at Chungnam Institute. So previously, he talked about technology-related stuff, and it was quite difficult to understand. And I know a lot of you are from Chungcheongnam-do province. So we know that we are considering a lot about plastic and what kind of strategies that we will take. So my presentation will be very short, about 15 minutes, but I will introduce what kind of strategies that we will do to advance plastic circular economy. So regarding plastic, we know that plastic waste continues to increase globally, and plastic waste is causing a lot of pollution globally. According to the OECD, by 2060, plastic waste generations is projected to increase 2.9 times compared to 2019, and its plastic accumulation in marine ecosystem is projected to increase by 3.5 times. So there are a lot of active international efforts are being made to end plastic pollution, and a lot of research are underway as well. And in 2024, there was a resolution adopted by the United Nations in 2022, but there should be ongoing additional negotiations to finalize the agreements by 2025. And as our previous speaker mentioned, in Germany, a lot of efforts are being made as well. And we are also planning to mandate expanding the use of recycled plastic feedstock to 30% by 2030. And also, this might act as a trade barrier for plastic products exports in the future. And let's have a look at the Korean situation. Domestic plastic production and consumption are on an upward trend and are projected to continue increasing in the future as well. And with that, our environment division in Chungcheongnam province, we are coming up with various measures. And also, the central government is also enacting legislation and preparing measures to transition to a circular economy society and reduce plastic use. And now this is the Chungcheongnam-do resource circulation promotion policy. We are the nation's first city to declare the special province for carbon neutral economy. And in terms of GRDP, we are number one nationwide, and also nation's first special province. And one of our 5 major goals is to make a circulation promotion policy. And another thing that we are emphasizing is to make a transition to a plastic circular economy society, and implementing plastic-free strategies based on this plan. And we also would like to connect different municipalities and institutions within our region. And also another thing is whether how we can do a feasibility study and make a basic plan. And last year, as a pilot project for high quality resource conversion of waste vinyl, we signed an MOU to activate chemical recycling. And we are now proceeding with various MOUs to utilize waste PET as well. And our governor is highly interested in recycling as well. So he is now also insisting the need for the plastic free strategies. And also, we started supporting this activation project, starting from the public institutions, including the county governments, provincial and city governments. And now we are expanding this efforts to the private sector and university level as well. There are a lot of universities in our area. So by next year, I think we will be able to expand the project to encourage those university students to participate in. So like upcycling or sorting and collecting. By utilizing artificial intelligence, we will be able to advance our efforts by utilizing the technology. And then let's have a look at the current status of plastic waste in Chungcheongnam-do. So Chungcheongnam-do's total waste generation stands at second highest nationwide. But there are some parts where our municipalities can take part in. But the important thing is what kind of material we can focus on. And plastic waste will be the first priority that we should address. Actually, and that is why we are doing this part 3 of the second session. So we know that the Chungcheongnam's plastic waste will increase in the future, and because we have a lot of plastic consumption and plastic waste, that's why we are projecting to do as much as recycling as possible. And also, I think household plastic generation could be also reduced, and not only households but industrial facilities or some restaurants. There are some plastics that are generated from these industrial facilities. But I think we should pay more attention to our daily use plastics. So when we have a look at these statistics, we can see what kind of, in which sector or what kind of plastic waste we should pay more attention to. And we also should think about what's the cause of these plastic waste. So, and we were able to see the household plastic recycling rate is very high, and also mixed disposal rate of plastic in Chungcheongnam household waste was about 84%. So among household waste, the mixed disposal rate for plastics was about 47%, which is very high. So I think it is important for us to sort waste. And when we sort this disposed waste, more than 80% of them were plastic. So we can see plastic is extensively used in agricultural production and packaging as well. So that is the current status. And Chungnam should establish tailored strategies to leverage its strength in swift policy and implementation to compensate for weakness. And because we are seeing a lot of opportunities and weaknesses and strengths at the same time, I think we should carefully devise our policy and prepare a strong foundation to overcome and address the current status that we are facing. And by doing so, we will be able to make some management plans for vulnerable areas and prepare alternatives and our daily lives and agriculture and marine, and there are some parts where we can do well, including the daily life industry, agriculture, and marine. So I think we can become a leader in this part, and we can establish model cases. To have a look at that, let me show you this diagram. And so by 2040, we are projecting to have net zero society, and we want to accelerate this timing 5 year earlier than the originally planned. And so what we would like to do is to reduce 30% of plastic waste and make recycling rate to become 85%. And this is the strategies for the 4 sectors that I've already mentioned: daily life, industry, agriculture, marine. Because of the time constraints, I think I'm gonna be brief to explain this part. But if you're curious, you can send me an email so that I can share this presentation material with you. And so, depending on which city and county, there were about 88% of plastic waste. But this is the overall average. So, depending on by regions, if you have a look at the map on the right up of this slide, you will see the differences. And so we can also have to make a tailored policy to make our own circular economy. And then also we can make some Chungcheongnam style plastic free circular economy model, and we can make some libraries or hospitals or schools or community centers that can be our pilot project. And we can also redesign the discharge and collection, transportation, sorting, recycle system. And we should focus on plastic waste. And to do so, I think because the recycling rate is falling short compared to other recycled resources. So I think maybe we can do some metropolitan level upcycling places linked to material banks and city county level. And in our region, I think there will be another forum other than this international forum. So I think there we will be able to share some policy measures or some action plans that we can put into a right place by having a close conversation and communication. And another thing is our implementation strategy. So underneath it, there are some detailed policy, but I don't think I will be able to introduce them all today. But in the industry level, I think it is crucial for us to create a cluster, and also we will have to make an ecosystem where we can be more friendly in recycling into the chemical use. And another thing is maybe we can utilize it for the construction sites.
음. 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 음.
So, to create agriculture and rural plastic circular economy project is something that we should think of. And another thing is the marine part. So there are some plastic waste that are generated from the industry level, but there are some of the parts that are generated from marine industry. So we need to create an infrastructure so that we can see the vulnerabilities and establish marine-based circular economy business models and complex species. You know, coastal areas are very important for our region, you know. So to make plastic free area, I think we should make our environment more friendly to the plastic free. And we should not only make a system, and we should not only make environment, but we should think how we can make our environment that can allow our animals and a lot of creatures to live all together. So I think there could be some key policy initiatives based on these, and we can go through and we can review the key initiatives, and after reviewing it, I think we can expand it. So presented in this three major categories, including urban, coastal, and rural, I think we can first have a look at the urban type and marine type and rural type at the same time. And through region-specific pilot project considering local characteristics, and we will be able to identify tasks suitable for future policy expansion. And we can connect these clusters. And also, we can establish a Chungnam-style plastic circular economy. And this circular means we can also create jobs and also recycle it and use it as a new material. So it's a true circular economy. This is our motive that I got from the Switzerland. So they do not just recycle their plastic waste, but they try to use it to create some hub center and create jobs, and also do a lot of things by using plastic waste. So I think we can learn from their case and make our own Chungnam style plastic circular economy. And moving forward, rural type, we can make use of some smart farms technology. And why it is relevant to Chungcheongnam City is because there is something that we don't even realize, our resident even realize. You know, GHG, greenhouse gas emissions. Do you know that our greenhouse vegetable cultivation is stands at third nationwide, and we are the second most heated area nationwide. Because we operate smart farm, we are generating a lot of plastic waste in the agricultural sector. So I think we need to recycle that plastic waste that are generated from the agriculture sector so that we can reuse it in the agricultural sector as well. And this is something that we should consider also. And for these ideas to become a reality, of course, governance will be important, education and promotion, as well as system improvement. All these will play a great role. So we should take a look at it closely and monitor these things, these items. And last but not least, my presentations were very brief and I only touched upon the titles of each slide, so I'm very sorry for that. But actually, you know, Chungcheongnam-do we do have our own characteristics. So I think it is important to consider our regional characteristics. And it is important how we can put into reality by considering these regional characteristics. So, what's important is I think we need integrated management of cross departmental policies to establish circular economy systems across sectors. And we do have some schools and a lot of institutions. So I think we can establish governance, public and private cooperative governance systems such as a Plastic Circular Economy Council, and also policy dissemination through pilot model projects by type, securing national funding, etc. And I think additionally, enactment and revision of related ordinances considering regional characteristics will be very visible, and I think we can also establish a plastic waste inventory or dashboard so that we can clearly see and know what's the current situation and to have a look at the current data. And that's it for my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Through the presentation, we were able to understand that Chungcheongnam province had declared the carbon neutral and also circulation of economy. And thank you so much for the presentation, Ms. Oh Hae-jang.
발제입니다. 플라스틱
And we have last presenter. We will listen to Mr. Lee Dong-gyu about global trends in plastic-related agreements and international cooperation strategies, and he's co-representative of Climate Future.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Hello. I guess you might be wondering why former Latvia ambassador is here to talk about plastics. Before working as Latvia ambassador, I was in charge of environment and science issues in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I was also in charge of UN Plastic Treaty negotiation and international cooperation while I was the director. And by that time, I was also directly involved with that process, so that's why I'm here to talk about plastic treaty negotiation. And I just heard two presentations, and one was about technological presentation, and the other was Dr. O's circulation of economy, and that was a very good presentation. And there was an opening ceremony in the morning, and I also attended different sessions after that. And Chungnam province is the one that is very much interested and also has leadership and very exemplary case regarding the carbon neutrality. And how can we push this to the international level, and from what perspective? I will briefly introduce. Regarding the background and the procedure was also covered by Dr. O, so I will skip that, and I will talk about the main contents of plastic treaty and our interests and position of Korea and other countries' position, and also Geneva summit result. And regarding the climate change, just transition is very important, and also plastic is facing similar situation. Like Dr. O said, economy circulation, if that is well applied, that will also create jobs, and also energy transition caused by climate change. This will also create jobs if it can create a great synergy if we think plastic and climate change at the same time. And about this plastic issues, how can we cooperate internationally? In the UN Environment Program, this plastic issue had been constantly discussed, and this summer, I know that we have all suffered because of the climate change, and not just climate change, but also biodiversity, and also we have plastic issues. These are the three major issues regarding the environmental issue. Of course, plastics has a huge impact on the marine species, but this is also coming back to human being. So that's why it is also important as much as climate change. The fifth meeting was opened last year, December, in Busan. And we were supposed to adopt a plastic treaty after that. But international society had never completed anything in a limited period. So especially in a time like this, sensitive matters are discussed. And after that, in Geneva, a 5-2 session was held, and people said that we had reversed since the Busan session, and there will be another meeting afterwards. So let's take a look at the range of plastic treaty, a scope of plastic treaty, and what kind of items are included. And the scope is life cycle approach, which is about manufacturing plastics and the management of plastics, and all those will be included in the scope of plastics treaty. And international consensus has been made regarding that. And with the implementation, we need to reduce the amount of manufacturing, and Chungnam also has committed to do that. And also single-use plastic should no longer be used. And this should be standardized for easy management. And I saw that machine from Steinhardt, and that was amazing. That plastic selection was amazing. And this standardization can help labeling job much easier. And of course, plastic waste management is important. This is very catchy. And reuse, recycle issue. And what's important here is we have to cope with the climate change and circular economy, and we need budget. And for that, we have to deal with this as international issue. Then we need to provide support for developing countries, and that is also a very important factor. And financial support, and there's just transition. And just transition is the only subject without any controversy, which means all UN member countries are committed to just transition, and they know the necessity of just transition, and without that, this plastic issue will not be resolved either. Related to plastic issues, I would like to share some of the few key points. And I heard about life cycle approach recently, and do we need to apply regulation to all these procedures, or do we just need to limit this to the recycling scope? So there are some controversies regarding that. And as for the US, they want this to be voluntary, but the treaty itself should be legally binding. But the US want to make this a voluntary treaty. And about the scope of treaty, we have not made a decision about the exact scope. And also, chemical regulation, we need to think about that. I mean, chemicals are not just for plastic manufacturing. It is also used in petrochemical field, and the scope can be extended to petrochemical field. And regarding the financial matter, the advanced countries are trying to avoid high amount of levy, and the developing countries are also wanting more financial support about this. I have explained some of the reason of our conflict, and here it is. I mean, high ambition coalition is about stronger regulation, and there's plastic production and consumption, and strong implementation and financing mechanisms. And the opposite side, there's Arabic countries, Middle East countries that are producing oil, gas, and China and India is also included. And of course, Korea is not included with the opposing country. And if we consider all that, I heard that Korea is ranked number 4 or 5 regarding the petrochemical sector. And if we have to face this strong plastic treaty, then that will harm the petrochemical sector. And regarding the plastic issue, we already have consensus. And I think our only choice is to choose high ambition coalition. So I hope we can have a better leadership with initiative, and like exiting from coal sector, I think we should get ready for just transition. Like I said, the US prefers voluntary approach, and this is position of Korea. Thankfully, we are environment advanced country, so our official alignment is tilted to high ambition coalition. And of course, petrochemical sector will hit hard with that. But we're also very good at biodegradation plastic, biodegrading plastic, and we're very good at recycling the plastic. And with this plastic treaty, maybe this can hold higher leverage to balance a plastic overproducing country. We can let them produce less, like such as countries like China or India. But there can be some difficult points. If we start from the material sanction, then we have to think about transition of the petrochemical, and also we need to think about the cost. So that's why we have to be tilted to high ambition collision, but we need to take balance. Last August, the government had made an agreement, and there was a strong divide between petrochemical oil producing nations and nations demanding strict production limits. And in particular, life cycle approach, which was discussed in Busan, is about regulating from the production phase and phasing out the plastic at the end. And that was excluded during Geneva session. So many experts criticized that we should not go backward regarding the discussion about the discussion. And I have many experience about these kinds of agreements in treaties, and when it comes to dealing with these sensitive matters, we should not complain about going backwards, because we can go forward later. During the last session in Geneva, they couldn't reach a consensus about the next date of session. And I mean, there were huge disappointments and criticism at Geneva session. So we were not able to, they were not able to make any decisions about the date and about the agenda. So it may take time, longer than we think. And these kinds of international climate crisis, climate change negotiation, the US is very reluctant when it comes to environmental regulations. And let me talk about just transition. Like I said, about this climate change or plastic treaty, whenever we make a transition, people who are working in that field will be harmed, and that local region can be harmed. Or oil countries, Nigeria, those African countries, needs to be supported for better transition. I thought we don't need to support them because they are oil producing countries. But if you think about it, we are depending on those oil producing countries. We are importing crude oil from those countries, and we're building buildings in that country. And if one side goes down, it will create a chaos. It will hinder the transition. Then that will no longer be an issue of the oil producing country itself, and it will all lead to more chaos, and we can call that orderly transition. You've heard about this transition about when it comes to climate change, so you can understand what it means. Like the Governor Kim said, and National Assemblyman Kim said, this year the special act should be passed. Because of this economic issues, Chungnam province has many good cases and experiences accumulated. So we should not just follow the issue of climate change. So when the government pursue resolving this issue, maybe we can follow their direction. Let me talk about international cooperation strategy. Plastic issue is not limited to one country, one region. This is an obvious global region. Even though we clear up the ocean full of plastics, it will not be a resolution because China will eventually produce more plastic wastes, and Korea and China is discussing and having a discussion about this plastic waste issue. But there's US and China conflict, and these geopolitical issues are hindering the progress of this discussion, and that will not go away any sooner, but we need to try to make a consensus. But recently, President Trump and China had a tariff discussion. I don't know how it will go, but in a situation where the international cooperation is difficult, maybe local government can take the lead because plastic issue is also important to them. So we can have initiative, and Chungnam also has a sister city in China. So from that perspective, plastic treaty, if that makes a progress, and if that treaty is signed, then that will be helpful for the international cooperation, and that will be helpful for just transition and resolving plastic issues. Because we're already building a good exemplary, maybe we can take the leader, we can take initiative. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. That was important keys for the international cooperation for plastic from international perspective, and MOU and agreements were mentioned about from him. Thank you very much once again. And now we will proceed with panel discussion. We will be joined by 4 experts as well as a moderator, but please hold on for a second as we are to set the stage. And after that, we will have in-depth discussion. Thank you. Okay, so three previous presentations told us about how we can recycle plastic waste and how we can consume and recycle plastic use and how we can prevent plastic pollution. And the transition to a more recyclable economy is not a choice but a must. And the whole life cycle uh, is very important for the future. And for that, I think we will be able to have more in-depth discussions and look for more effective measures. I think we are now all set. So I would like to introduce our panelists today. So for our panel discussion, we are joined by Mr. Lee Ji-yong, who will serve as the moderator for today. And the panelists include the CEO of Indirection, Park Ji-hyung, is here with us. Also, Ms. Kim Hae-ju from our RC of East Asia Network, as well as Ms. Han Min-ji from the Korea Legislation Research Institute. Okay, let us begin. Since we are behind our schedule, we will have to talk briefly, but a lot of us were waiting for this session, for this panel discussion, so we will do as much as possible. So, Chungnam, from the Chungnam perspective, it is my first time to take a listen to Chungnam's perspective and their specific policies. So this is the ninth time hosting this event, and after the government declared to realize net zero society, there were a lot of leading policies and initiatives that's been taken by the government, and I think it's very significant and meaningful to hold this event. And I think Chungnam is gonna become one of my favorite cities. And I think this conference will be a venue for us to discuss feasible measures and prepare strategies for our future. As you know, the carbon neutrality, it's important because of climate crisis, and international promises and agreements are very important going forward. And we are seeing a lot of changes globally, and we are seeing the need for carbon neutrality in many places around the world. And for that, I think there are three key points. First is the reduction, and the second is absorption, and the third is mitigation. So first, offset is very important as well. And so first of all, I think our key topic is pretty much related to the reduction part. Well, net zero and carbon zero, all these items are things that I'm considering a lot too. And for that, reduction and plastic will be very important topic as well. So plastic recycling and its circular flow was our main topic for the third part. And there are, I think as far as I know, there are 4 plans. First is to expand the use of recycled materials. Second is environmentally friendly packaging, and third, we will have to change the system. And fourth is a sorting system. A sorting system was touched by German speaker, Mr. Midaoff, and I think we can talk about it a little bit more about that during our presentation. And another thing is what was mentioned by Mr. Lee. So what he introduced is the latest technologies and latest products to advance effectiveness of recycling plastic use. But the problem is, the price always. And I think all these will be the hurdles for us to make a progress in this plastic waste and recycling parts. And my question is, my first question is for the Germany. So you introduce an equipment, and how much is that? And could you please tell us about the expenses using that equipment?
Thank you very much for that question. It's always a very difficult question because there are so many varieties of it, so many combinations of different machines, different setups, different types of sensors. So I don't know how to answer that question directly. Of course, you can buy one machine for around 100 to 2,000 euros, which I don't know is a big number in Korean won. But important is that you have a plan set up that makes sense to actually bring the pure product that you need and to scale it up usually. That will make more sense than to buy a single machine to make a big effort.
저는 이제 여러 가지 장비
Also, equipment and its functions. Depending on its functionality and also depending on the material of plastics, I know that the price of its equipment could differ by its functionality. But Chungnam, I think we can think of adapting that machine and equipment. And I think that will play a big role in Chungnam. So that's it for my first question. And next, I would like to talk about expanding the use of materials. And for that, I would like to ask some questions to our experts regarding that issue. Could you volunteer? So that means we should expand producing more high quality materials. Also, I think it's a freestyle discussion, so I would like to give question. So now quality of materials and ingredients are one of the hot topics these days. And Peritus technology, regarding that, do you think we can improve its quality? And this is my first question. And second is PET and PTT. The price of that are very low these days. But if we can utilize Peritus, and do you think it's going to be price competitive? And additionally, plastic raw materials price, it was about $100 in the past, but now it's about $65 to $70, which is reduced compared to past. So polyester price and other prices are getting lower. But now the price of recycled plastics are very high. So what I want to ask is like bio-related materials or recycled plastics have higher prices than the conventional ones. So I think it's, in terms of price competitiveness, I think it's not competitive at all. So I would like to ask you what kind of technological to what extent the current technology status is at now, and also as for the license issue, and is it harmful for our health? So these are my questions.
Thank you. A lot of questions. I didn't bring anything to write it down, but I hope to remember. Otherwise, please remind me if I didn't answer anything. First one, I already forgot. That's good. But in general, I wanted to say, of course, it's a problem, especially for my company, for me, for my job, that recycled plastic doesn't have a high value on the market right now. That it's much cheaper to produce virgin plastic. I think that's also one of the issues that Dr. Lee talked about, that politicians have different interests, of course, in the different countries. So the oil-producing countries, of course, they're not promoting recycled plastic as much because they still want to use their reserves of oil for profit, which I can somehow understand. and it's very difficult to talk about it coming from Germany.
Can you please speak closer to the microphone?
Yeah. I think I hear myself. That's why maybe it seems louder in my ear. Sorry. So it's very difficult from a German point of view to talk about it very directly because, of course, we're in a very privileged situation in a very developed country with very limited natural resources. So we're not in the same position as, for example, Saudi Arabia, India, China that you talked about. But we notice, of course, especially my company, Steinert, in the waste division where I'm at, we are very dependent on the policies because mostly the product does not drive the economy, does not drive our economy, but the policies that it's just mandatory to recycle. It's a general problem, of course, that companies want to be profitable and don't have the incentives to recycle material because it's just cheaper the other way around. So, for example, to put a price on carbon is helping, but I don't know any country where the price on carbon emissions is already so high that it really makes sense to recycle the material instead of producing virgin material. So I think that's a global issue, and especially I feel it a lot in my job. Because right now it's not very economical to recycle plastic just because you want to make profit out of it. Mostly you do it because you have to, because the policymakers say that you want to achieve certain recycling quota, which is necessary, of course, to prevent a lot of problems that we have, like climate change and a lot of plastics in the ocean. I don't see any other way than to promote to introduce higher recycling quota. For example, my colleagues from the metal department, they don't have that problem because the metal prices are high enough that recycling metal is already driving itself, basically. Was there any question I forgot? I'm sorry.
네, 충분히 답변이 된 것 같고요. 다 공통된
I think that answers the question. I think we are all sharing the similar issue, and these issues are not resolved yet. And regarding the climate change, I have one more question for you. And we discussed about plastic international treaty, and that is related to climate change. And environmental issues are becoming more serious every day. And the technology that you introduced today, how much will it contribute to the carbon neutrality? Do you have this in number in your company? Do you have this quantitative number? When you actually apply this recycling technology from your company, do you see the number?
I'm not sure if we have any specific numbers on how much we are contributing or how much CO2 emissions are saved because of our technology. Unfortunately not. Of course, we're also not the only company who does that, but a part of industry who tries to promote recycling to drive circular economy.
재활용 활용도를 높이기 위해서 지금 활용돼.
So to increase the rate of recycling, I think in order for these latest technologies to work properly, I think we need to see what kind of benefits we can get it from and what kind of profits we can generate from. So, but these days, I don't think there are much benefits in using or recycling plastic, but these days what we need to do is to put more efforts to make high quality raw material, so the quality will be the key, and depending on the quality, I think the sorting technology will become a little bit different, and in that process, like contamination issues and other issues should be considered in the later. And technologies that's been introduced now, if that can be adapted well today, I think it will be very helpful. Well, the questions are two technology related questions, so I think we should shift our focus. Okay, so the raw material expansion, I think first is we should advance the current technology, of course. In that perspective, Well, I'm working as a consultant, so I'm involved in a national R&D project as well. So advancement of sorting technology, we are also funding for that project as well. And as a person who is designing or planning for that project, I think it's a problem of adapting. So in Korea, you know, sorting are all mostly done manually in Korea. So, advancing technology is very important and it is the key for our future. But I think the reason why we have to adapt uh, auto sorting is I think there are two purposes. First is because there are some waste or some contamination that can be discovered from the plastic waste. So I think the sorting technology should be more advanced. But in the case of Germany, which is advanced country, I know I want to ask you how much auto sorting is being put in place in Germany, and how much manually it is done in Germany.
Okay, thank you for the question. I'm again sorry that I don't have an exact number, but from the sites that I have visited, as well as in Korea, as well as in several European countries, I also noticed that a lot of manual sorting is done here, and I talked with my colleague about it, that the big portion is not it's not the available technology, I think, but that it's still profitable to do the hand sorting, which of course it's good that it creates jobs, but in Germany, for example, it's just not feasible because we have, I think, a little bit more than double the minimum wage that Korea has. So there's only a few companies who do the hand picking at the very end of the process, where of course sometimes the human eye and the body can a little bit be quicker or more precise than the machines. But to handle the big capacities, the machines are definitely more economical, at least in Germany, Netherlands, Belgium, where I visited plants. So in most of the Belgian plants, you don't see any hand picking, any hand sorting anymore.
뭐 선별하는 과정은 사실 기계적으로도
Well, I know that before sorting, prior to sorting, I know first of all it's been organized or like spread it, and also sorting plastics from waste. All these are done by labor actually, but I know some of them are done by semi-manually. Prior to the sorting process, I know some parts require human intervention, but some parts are done by machines as well. And the next part is the environmental packaging. So we are trying to make a transition to use environmentally friendly packagings that can be used very environmentally and biodegradation. And I would like to ask for your opinions, everyone.
With the biodegradation, plastics are already applied to the packagings, and Korea, is not accepting biodegradation plastic yet because we already have this autonomous system built. I mean recycling system built, and recycling system should be able to accept this biodegradable plastics firsthand. And I'm a policy related person and I'm consultant, so I always concentrate on statistics, numbers. If you look at the biodegradable waste, and this is not this cannot be read yet. The number cannot be read regarding the biodegradable plastics. So there's no foundation for that. So I think we should lay a foundation to do all this work. Of course, the government is pushing this biodegradable plastics, but before that, we need to build a foundation. And like you said, in Italia, they have the system for biodegradable plastics, but we don't have the infrastructure. So we have to perform testing for that. And for rural area, they can test biodegradable plastics, and we have to see if that is actually degraded. And we have to see the fishery area if those can be also degraded at the ocean, and that is more realistic story. And we need to have a strategy to secure high quality material. So that's why we need to have this center built, because there are some of the centers that is local centers. They accept all kinds of waste, and they all go up on the conveyor belt. And apartments, they have plastic waste, and they don't bury them. They send that to the sorting field. And that's why they're bringing the material all together. So that's why we're trying to build a all-in-one line. Before it goes up the conveyor belt, we can have about 5 lines, including biodegradable plastics. Then we can secure high quality.
마지막
Thank you very much. Let's shift our gear to the last one, the designing of products so that we can make use of plastic in the recycling process and reduce its plastic waste. And also, Ms. Kim, could you please tell us about it? Okay, so biodegradable plastic will be my main point. So biodegradable plastic technology should be more advanced, and in terms of price and in terms of environment, I think there are still a lot of rooms for it to be improved, so that we can utilize it more. And additionally, when we are to say that plastic is biodegradable, it's just not melt away, but it takes a very long time to be degraded. So, because I'm at an ecological institute, marine creatures, they will have no choice but to consume that biodegradable plastics. So, globally, there are a lot of plastic production annually. So, of course, technological advancement will be very important to advance producing bioplastic. But at the same time, I think we should also put efforts to reduce use of plastic. So, for that, if I connect that to the design point of view, I think we need a lot of changes in producing products and goods. So when we monitor the current cases, we see mostly discovered plastic waste at coastal areas were something like polystyrene, and also styrofoams, and it's also it can generate microplastics as well. So I think we should also think about how we can reduce that styrofoam as well as plastic related products. So I think we have to think about how we can effectively reduce producing styrofoam and polystyrene. And I think it needs some policy efforts. And at the same time, we should also conduct some R&D. And also, another thing that will be important is to take a moment to review the current status and monitor the current status to see what's the reality and what's the cause of it to come up with proper measures. So we can categorize each causes so that we can deal with each different problems. Okay, thank you very much. So there are a lot of arguments regarding the biodegradable plastic because how we will make 100% biodegradable plastic, that's a question globally. And of course, it will become dissolved to the nature one day, but the definition or its exact figures are uncertain yet. So after the breakdown, it can also generate microplastic or nanoplastic, and it will it will become some pollutant in the future as well. So I think these are something that we should consider. And there are a lot of concerns and considerations to be taken. But at the moment, I think I went to IS5 recently, and it is being conducted under a 100% consensus. But underneath all the project and businesses, everyone's thoughts are different, and so pollutions caused by plastic waste and like human crisis due to that pollutions, all these are not actually felt by the public actually in reality. So I think that's the big issue. And globally, I think first thing is that we need to raise awareness for that as well. And internationally, I think we can create a treaty so that we can tackle these issues all together. Now we are behind the schedule actually, so I would like to wrap up. But if you have any question, I think we can get one or two questions from the floor. Okay. Please use the microphone for the interpretation. It cannot be translated if the microphone is turned off, so please use the microphone.
만약에 이제 생분해성 플라스틱을 이용해가지고 빨리 이제 그 해체가 되거나 어느 일정 시간 이후부터 이제 약해진 상태에서 파쇄가 된다고 그러면은 좋을 것 같은데 이게 이제 생분해성 플라스틱이 어느 정도까지 효과가 있는지가 좀 궁금한 게 있었고, 그다음에 이제 다른 하나의 질문은 이제 우리나라 지자체에서 그 재활용 선별장을 개설할 때 이 지자체라는 특성 때문에 무조건 실적이 있어야지만 입찰에 참여하거나 프로젝트에 참여하는 기회가 나오고 있거든요. 그리고 스타이너트 같은 경우도 세계에서 손꼽히는 회사인데도 불구하고 국내 이 실적이라는 그 장애물을 넘지 못해가지고 되게 힘들어하고 있어요.
Sorry, please use the microphone for the interpretation. Otherwise, we cannot provide simultaneous interpretation.
다른 신기 업체, 더 좋은 기술이 있는 업체들이 들어올 수가 있어야 되는데 그건 실적 없잖아. 단순히 해외 실적이 더 충분하고 있는데도 불구하고 국내 지자체 실적이 없는 걸로 해가지고 기회 자체가 아예 없는 정도가 많거든요. 그래서 이 두 가지 부분이 이 현장을 통해 가지고 좀 열 수 있는 기회가 있을까, 그런 게 좀 궁금합니다.
혹시 토론자분들께서 답해 주실 내용 있으시면 해주시면.
Can any of the panelists answer the question. I don't think this can provide the right answer, but as for sorting field for local government, no big companies can enter this market. So there are many problems related to that. Even though they have internal performance result, big companies cannot enter this market, and this is not limited to the global companies. So this is an issue. So that's why we are currently reviewing the situation. And then in agricultural vinyl plastic, and like Miss O mentioned,
하겠다고 얘기를 하셨었잖아요.
it is said that electronic history record will be kept, and we have a similar system. The fisherman's net all has the name, so but the participation rate is low and data is not credible, and sometimes the fisher nets are not matching the data, and there are some problems regarding that. So that's why we are always thinking about how we can bring this to the electronic system that you mentioned. So we have to learn from that, and we have to integrate the recycling process. And there's also heat degradation process. And also for electronic vinyl, even though we store them, there should be other additives inside material, and there's also soil, and I don't think this can be recycled. This is okay for the recycling. And in that case, not just this, but we have to think about a pyro process. And you mentioned the waste plastic, waste vinyl, and this should be different from the fisher net recycling, so, because the range is different and also the contamination level is different. So you have to consider that.
So the pilot project that we are conducting now is not for the agriculture part, but for the daily use. That is the one that we are conducting, and also recycling to use in the chemical parts. And we do have separate independent facility for the sorting as well. But for that, we are doing our pilot project at the moment. And I think, for the agricultural purpose and industrial purpose, I think it's a story of the later part. But we are trying to collect as many cases as possible so that we can take a look at it. Okay. Well, Dr. An mentioned, and also you also mentioned about that. The Mironov also mentioned the price of the plastic. And the quota implementation was also mentioned. In 2017, I worked in Germany. At that time, I had chance to meet somebody who works in the reusable energy part, and what he said was that one of the companies that specialize in wind power went bankrupt. And I asked why is that a good news? And he said, actually, renewable energy price was not that high at the time. So for that, the German government was providing a lot of support for that, but it started to reduce its initiatives and its incentives. And after that, because the government reduced its credits, there were companies that started going bankrupt, and that told us the technological issue should address the price issue. So that's the story that I wanted to share with you. So I think that's it. We can conclude our panel discussion. And once again, I would like to thank everyone for staying late with us. And if you have any questions, maybe we can talk about it more in the offline networking session. Thank you very much.